Woo! We're moving, we're grooving, we're gonna play some Apex.
I'm not disappointed.
I'm gonna play some Apex, gonna get better at Apex, keep grinding Apex, and maybe some Call of Duty grinding. With no reason but to die.
You never have. No. Did you have? Hello, guys and gals. Me, Mudahar, and I want to just start off by saying, God damn, YouTube actually did the right thing. Startup 2024, and YouTube actually jumped in and responded quicker than I actually expected, quicker than I expected most big corporations. But given that this was a very serious topic, I wasn't entirely shocked in that situation. Now, for anybody that's lacking any context, let me just give it everything up here, okay? So a few days ago, I made a video, I think just before the new year, where I covered a YouTuber known as Soy Burn Show. This YouTuber had around 17,000 something subscribers, and their content was reaction videos. And you might be like, whoa, but what's so unique about that? There's a lot of reaction YouTubers on the platform. Well, this reaction YouTuber had claimed to react to one of the most illegal videos of all time. A video that I refer to as Video A. A video that, if you want more context into, there's an individual known as Peter Scully. You can watch an entire documentary from 60 Minutes or research this on yourself. This is not the focal point of the video. Video A is an illegal video. Now, the reason why I covered this was this individual claimed to react to that video on YouTube. And obviously, no video was uploaded, but audio from this alleged video was posted. Now, some claim for, record's sake, that I can't confirm if the audio was actually attached to the original video, because I have never watched the original video. As you can imagine, it is illegal to procure, to seek, to distribute, and also to view illegal content, especially when it relates to children. So obviously, I've never seen the video. The only people that watch that video are, individuals who are committing the crime, and also law enforcement agents who need to view the video, unfortunately, to view the to verify its authenticity, to verify the claims and crimes within the video, and also to help exact justice for people who produce and view that video. So that's pretty much the reason why I could not confirm if the audio attached was really part of it. One of the reasons I kind of jumped into it was because it was literally the only YouTuber that was actually claiming to have watched this piece of content. So I uploaded a video where I said this YouTuber is literally uploading CP onto the platform. If you upload a video, even if it's just the audio of said video, you are uploading a portion of illegal material onto the platform. And initially I was a little bit surprised because I was wondering, how is it that YouTube had let this happen? See, YouTube, like many big video distribution services, actually provides tools on combating illegal material. I've shown you this before in numerous exposés, documentaries that I've covered, where YouTube CSAI match exists. I've also shown you competitors like Microsoft, not competitors, it's wrong to say competitors. They're all going towards their shared goal of fighting actual abusive material. Microsoft has something known as PhotoDNA, and Apple checks for hashes, from what I understand, on iPhone devices. So, ladies and gentlemen, how this works is every video has a hash, right? So when you're recording a video, the visual information actually hashes objects. So I'm a hash, this microphone is a hash, this headphone is a hash, this overly priced analog Game Boy Color is a hash, and that's pretty much how this works. So let's say, for example, this device was illegal to have. Because this image hash, exists in other videos or other photographs or other pieces of visual media, it would trip these systems, and basically YouTube would jump in and remove the video and then also push it to law enforcement. So again, this is free technology that exists. It exists to identify those hashes, and also it exists for various people. You don't even have to be YouTube to use it. Companies already use this, like Adobe, like Reddit, like Tumblr, like Thorn, like Yahoo, and of course the Canadian Centre for Child Protection. So again, it's a free tool, and obviously there are false positives in tools as well too. And again, most of this content is illegal in places, and the provider may have legal obligations to report the entry. In the US, service providers are required to report such content to NEMIC. CSIA Match allows you to find this content before it's exposed to your users. So we have a whole content ID system on YouTube that identifies copyrighted materials. This is a content ID system for illegal material. So rounding all this back to the original video, I was wondering how this even happened. So I was assuming, because obviously there was no visual information present and only the audio of what we heard, maybe that could be the reason the system didn't trip. Now, obviously, in the last couple days, YouTube has stepped in based on a report that I've made and a report that plenty of individuals have made and have terminated that fucking scumbag's channel. Now, since then, from what I understand, he's also come back with other channels. But once you get banned for shit like this, you're just playing whack-a-mole with the YouTube moderation. And again, what was really wild about this too is this scumbag even jumps into my channel when I made the initial video that I removed and said, "Look, Mom, I'm in a YouTube video. Ha ha ha! Greetings, bro." Again, totally no remorse or totally no understanding of how severe the situation really was. Maybe there's a language barrier between Canada, the United States, and Mexico, quite literally, but I'm pretty sure that uploading content like this is illegal in Canada, it's illegal in the United States, and it's illegal in the United States and Mexico. Okay, it's crazy. Why? Well, ladies and gentlemen, looking into this, one person, from what I understand, even jumped onto their Discord server and basically put out an entire statement where apparently they were, I guess, being targeted by our community or something and so forth. Basically where I guess people were making reports on the channel and they should be a little bit worried of the situation. I'm not an expert Spanish speaker, but obviously I think I can understand, given context, what's roughly happening. So anyways, this individual uploads this kind of content, and it wasn't the only piece of reaction content he made. He made other reaction videos to actual other shock videos, cartel death content, and whatnot. And again, this is where I want to also just mention YouTube obviously looked at all of that and said, maybe these aren't videos that you should be uploading. In the TOS, there's a pretty good mention of uploading violent content itself. And I guess even if you blur that kind of content, it is very contextual. It wasn't being used for an educational reason. It wasn't being used for documentary reasons. It was literally used to upload a shock video and shock viewers, and you were just going to sit there and basically react to the shock yourself. It wasn't as if these scumbags actually provide any form of fair use commentary to the situation. From a TOS perspective, it's pretty cut and dry that people upload this kind of content for, again, shock reasons. Now, I don't want to sit here and be like the arbiter of what you should and shouldn't upload. I really do think that the TOS should be very much a black wall barrier, okay? If you're within the TOS, your content should be allowed on the platform. Sure, it can be demonetized, sure, it can be age restricted, but it shouldn't result in your channel getting a strike and you being removed. There's a lot of creators that I know who cover true crime and criminal content, and they do it well within the boundaries.
Whatton Supreme says, I haven't played in 18 years. Whatton Supreme says,
but this wasn't the case with this one
Whatton
specific
Supreme says,
He literally claimed to be reacting
Whatton Supreme
to an
says,
actual criminal piece of content.
Whatton
And the
Supreme
fact that he
says,
uploaded it
18
for,
months.
again, clout, and also
Whatton
the
Supreme
audio
says,
associated with it
I'm a
was not
newborn.
good. The reason I removed that video is because I really didn't feel comfortable showing any of that video or showing or leading more attention to
Scrappy
that specific
DP says,
illegal video.
okay,
A.
Chatty
I was
Cappy.
also worried that maybe YouTube wouldn't actually enforce this in the manner that
Whatton Supreme
but I'm
says,
glad, given the serious
KYS.
nature of it, YouTube obviously jumped in and realized, yeah, it's probably not the fucking scumbag we want. And they obviously removed this individual for really heinous
Scrappy
stuff.
DP says,
So,
what does
goes
that
on
stand
from here?
for?
I don't know if, again,
LOL.
the video may exactly be
Whatton
an
Supreme
illegal piece
says,
of content.
kill
Maybe
yourself.
there is some investigation.
Scrappy
I don't
DP
exactly
says,
know how
Gen
well the law
Alpha.
enforcement works in Mexico in regards to this specific subject. I do hope that there's actual reprimand if he is committing crimes, if he is distributing this kind of content, whether it be on YouTube or whether it be off platform. It's still illegal regardless. But ladies and gentlemen, yeah, YouTube responded, ended this individual's, YouTube career, and no matter what he does, uploads his content, it will be continuously removed. Now, at the end of the day, this isn't really the win. Obviously, it's a win in this isolated incident, but obviously the internet is filled with tons of these type of influencers that are literally sitting there making profit off of, again, death footage, monkey hate, all of the craziest dark rabbit holes that still exist on the internet. Now, that being said, ladies and gentlemen, one little bit of allegation that I wanted to cover too is some people called out that maybe I shouldn't be calling out an individual because I myself have referred to watching death footage on the internet, and some have even led it to me using it as a form of personal satisfaction. I want to just address this allegation really quickly. I have been alleged to watch cartel death footage for fun. And again, Me personally, let me just clarify. I'm an individual that has a huge interest in the Mexican-American, or the Mexican drug war at the moment. I think what's going down in that country, so close to mine in the United States, it's insane. The amount of people that are currently
Lifeline,
at risk,
can you drone?
journalists,
Says,
regular
please
civilians
no.
at risk from
Lifeline,
highly armed
can you
militias
drone?
is wild to
Says,
witness. I mean, it literally
what?
is bandit country.
Lifeline, can you drone?
And
Says,
to see a lot of these,
pain.
like, you know, hyper,
Scrappy
you know,
DP
rich,
says,
hyper-violent individuals use social media as a way for them to flex on younger individuals, to goad them into their criminal enterprises, or to intimidate rival organizations through, you know, videos that they upload to social media. That is interesting.
Lifeline, can you drone?
Just the extent of how
says,
these people will go.
sorry, Lifeline is my main wanted
But
her.
in no way is it satisfactory.
Scrappy DP
but yeah, I wanted
says,
to make a little,
mine too.
you know, tangent just to discuss that. I've seen it float
Lifeline,
around.
can you drone?
Honestly, I really
says,
don't like that kind
well,
of
shit.
misinformation. I'm not somebody that enjoys this material, nor am I somebody that freely enjoys to share it around. That doesn't mean that I'm morally superior than anyone. It's just literally morbid curiosity, and I am comfortable in discussing why I'm morbidly curious. Why these kind of things tend
Scrappy
to show
DP
on, like,
says,
you know, TikTok
now
or
you
whatnot.
get to be
Once you go
awful
down
rate
one
because you
rabbit hole,
didn't choose
you
anyone.
tend to get exposed through social media algorithms to a whole slew of darker content. But anyways, tangent aside, YouTube stepped in, did the right thing, and yeah, this scumbag has been stopped. But it does shed a light into how many other creators exist who basically sit down and profiteer off of war footage, violence, and the reactions to it. People that don't really produce any exclusively good content in regards to this kind of shit. They just sit there literally profiteering in the worst ways off of violent content like this. But yeah, at least in this specific case, when somebody claims to be reacting to a very illegal video, finally YouTube steps in very quickly, engaged, and stops this scumbag. So yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is me, Mutahar, and wanted to give
Any
you a little
help?
update, wanted to give you a little context and clarification.
One is very hurt.
That
He's gonna
said,
heal up.
let's go and explore some lighthearted stuff. This is me, Mutahar, and if you like yourself, please like, comment, and subscribe. Just like we dislike it, and now.
So what is up, ladies and gentlemen of YouTube? I thought I'd talk to you today about the future of Zen C. That's the reality of how I'd argue the stuff today. Now, today if you look at, a Zen, like, fractions of a millimeter, right? You've got a C using 3D stack cache because it doesn't add this with a tiny added, amount. Now, how do you the die area, right? And love, which is spans land up. You can't shrink 3D. Got AI stuff, right? Here, cores are here, right?
I'm done with you with saying that shit because I know that you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about half the time when it comes to that.
Music. Demonstrate the heat spec. I created a little art project out of old glass electrical insulators that my grandfather was
bitches.
They added an individually addressable LED ring inside.
Blowing out
each
mics.
one with the software installed and configured to the insulators project. You can see that the glass insulators react to the transitory beats in the music, and that the reaction depends on how strong each particular beat is. I also used it to drive the fans in my Lian Li threader fatigue. I wired all 10 fans together as a one long chain to configure the software for 16 LEDs per fan, and with the fan set project, the rest is all automatic. In addition to the fan effects, there are several sound reactive and beat reactive.
Oh man.
I've added an infrared receiver to the module so that I can control it from outside the glass case with just a simple RGB remote.
Let's go.
That allows me to change effects or quiet the whole thing at the push of a button. One of my favorites in small doses is this interesting spinning tape reels effect that emulates the old tapes of the 1960s.
What's up? What's up?
The software I've been using on each of these projects so far has been NightDriver. It's a
Apex.
free and open source project that's on GitHub and that you can find at nightdriverled.com. NightDriver is similar in concept to the WLED package that you might be familiar with,
If y'all
but
want
it's a
to,
fair bit more
I don't know.
powerful in the sense that it
Y'all-
supports effects that span multiple scripts, effects generated on the PC, color data sent across the Wi-Fi, even clock synchronized to the big atomic clock, and bolder
I'm
power up.
playing Apex right now.
But wait, there's more. With NightDriver, the ESP32
Me
can actually
too.
control up to 8 strips in parallel
I
with
don't give a fuck
almost
about
no
them, Cubby.
loss in performance. When I first learned this, I was scratching my head trying to figure out what could I make that requires 8 channels of LEDs. And then it's
Damn.
my patio umbrella. My patio umbrella has 8 spokes, and so I undertook to add
I did
LED
not say
strips
that.
to each of them. Spokes are almost 2 meters long each, so the single 1 meter strip wouldn't cut it. So I literally cut it and then soldered 2 strips end to end for each of the spokes, giving me about 250 LEDs on each one. Then I attached each LED strip to the underside of the spoke and wired all the powers and grounds together, connected each to a DC power supply, and so on. Each strip would be a completely separate channel connected to a different pin on the ESP32 and capable of running different colors or even different effects on each spoke. I got it all up and running and it looked great. It's become one of the
Wait,
main
what?
features of my backyard at night, and I learned an important lesson.
Who's that? Is that?
If you can, doesn't mean that
Is
you
that
need.
Solis?
It was a bit of extra coding and a lot of extra wiring to
No
have
way.
an independent channel like this, and turns
Solis?
out not to add very much.
My boy.
Almost
How
none of
are
the
you,
effects
bro?
really benefited from independent channels.
I'm good. How about you, boy?
In cases, the spokes were all mere copies of
Blip.
one another anyway.
Let me put a leash on you and take you for a
I
walk.
destroyed the first version of the umbrella. We built version 2 as a single channel setup. With one data
My
lead
little
each
boy.
of the
Oh, would you like a treat?
the version 6 is simple as power, current, power signal, and it all works well. That left me still looking for a project where it made sense to have different effects on each channel, and I found a cool hanging lamp on eBay. I turned it upside down and then added a mast to make it into a table lamp instead of a hanging lamp, and then I stripped all of the factory electronics and LEDs on it. Next, I installed the ESP32 module and then connected it to the 4 strips, one in each arm of the lamp. The data wire from each strip connects to a different pin on the ESP32 and each one is a different pin, which allows us to run different color flame effects on each of the arms, for example. Like most of the projects, the Atomic Fire Lamp, as I call it, is also sound reactive and has a built-in web server so you can browse to it to configure effects and so on. It also sports a remote control so that you can step through the effects and select colors and so on. Now, speaking of colors, most every color effect running here in my shop is powered by an ESP32 as well. The windows you see behind me are running a simple color fill effect, and each window has its own ESP32 connected to about 800 LEDs that ring the edge of the window. Of course, we can make it much more dynamic, like we can set up the windows to flames, but that might be a little distracting during the video, so that's why I leave it on solid colors when recording the episode. Now, it would be a lot of pain to try to maintain all of these different effects around the shop, much less coordinate or change the effects and have them be consistent between strips. That's why I decided that I was going to add Wi-Fi to the mix. Now, as I mentioned, there's an existing package called WLED that also has some Wi-Fi support, but it's quite different. WLED uses what's known as UDP broadcast, and the timing and even success of UDP isn't guaranteed. It's basically fire and forget it from the server, and you hope your strips all get the signal at about the same time, and that they all even get it. If you don't, it looks terrible. NightDriver takes a slightly more rigorous approach. It uses TCP/IP sockets instead of UDP, which means the delivery of each and every packet of color data is guaranteed, or at least you'll know when to drop. Still, ensuring that each strip shows the same frame of the same effect at the same time can be challenging. So what I wound up doing was syncing the clock in each of the ESP32s via NTP to the atomic clock in Boulder, Colorado. On each of the ESP32, there's a circular buffer of frames of color data with a limit of available memory, and each one has a timestamp that indicates when it should be shown. When a frame comes due, it's immediately shown on the LED strip, and as frames are received over Wi-Fi, they're added into that circular queue. In this way, all of the strips show the exact same frame at the exact same time. Now, a basic ESP32 can handle about 30 frames of data in its buffers, and at 30 frames per second, that means it can survive about a 1-second Wi-Fi hiccup. But because I wanted a bit more resiliency, I bought modules with PSRAM support, and then added PSRAM support to NightDriver, and that gives each strip up to about 500 buffers, or 15 seconds. And if the Wi-Fi is down for more than about 15 seconds, it's slightly really down. But the strips will survive more transient issues without any dropout. This ability goes well beyond just keeping 2 strips in sync, though. It also enables you to create an LED drawing canvas that spans multiple disconnected strips. For example, around the perimeter of the shop is an ambient color strip. I wanted the colors to be continuous around the ceiling, but the cabinets aren't continuous, and so I didn't want to fish wires. So I added code instead that enabled spanning a single LED strip effect across multiple modules scattered around disconnected physical locations. That means the strips are connected to and take their directions from the same server over Wi-Fi, and there's no other connection between them if they run in reliable perfect sync. Now, even I'll admit there's a bit of overkill for it. There's a guest house at the back that features an LED strip that runs for more than 100 feet around its perimeter. It's all 144 LEDs per meter.
That means there are almost 5,000 LEDs in the strip that are connected to 4 servers. And effects are rendered to the whole thing, and it just works thanks to NightDriver. My favorite effect is the fireworks effect. Because the effect spans all 4 modular workloads, particles fly back and forth from strip to strip without interruption and are perfectly timed when they cross the boundary. You might wonder why I'd go to all the work of adding virtual Wi-Fi support when I could, I suppose, just cascade the data wire from LED strip onto the next one. And the problem that arises is the frequency with which you can update the LED. This data signal is limited to around 30,000 LEDs per second. At 24 bits of color, it sounds admirably fast, and it actually is. But there are still some practical limitations. It means you can only do about 1,000 LEDs at once at 30
We got a team with us.
The fireworks installation must be split across 4 disconnected strips. If it were all one long strip, you'd get at most about 6 frames per second. And that's just not enough. But with synchronized Wi-Fi,
We'll rotate to the right.
Refresh it once and then run at 30 frames per second.
Look, there's two up there too.
Okay, we'll rotate to the middle.
Completely free, open source for non-commercial.
Let's get up. Oh, no. Oh, fuck. Oh.
And in the next few months, I'll be releasing a dedicated Matrix driver board in the form of the Mesmerizer, which
Yeah, I'm getting out of there. I'm going back to
You're all
here.
interested in addressable LED.
We're gonna get pinched between those 2 teams.
One of my passions. So please make sure you're subscribed to the channel and you've turned on the all notifications for it. That way,
Here
you'll
they
be
are.
notified when the Mesmerizer is released and for future LED episodes.
Correct.
Thanks for joining me out here in the shop today. In the meantime and in between time, let's see you next time. Right here, in James Garage.
That corrected the error. So we get a correctable error, so the error was correct. And then no action required. So from system level perspective, no action required. We were able to contain the error. Everything is doing great.
And that's the plumbing that AMD is providing. As it's slowly taking over, or quickly taking over the server universe, it's like, oh, this is a nice quality of life enhancement. And so it's like the software engineering teams are bringing this low-level visibility at like the bare metal level up into the kernel where administrators can see it, and more importantly, take action on it.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And actually, for this demo, as I mentioned, we can modify the quick text, right? So I made a small script that modifies the full text of this platform, and actually the thin one. So I'm setting the full text to level 1 text. Nice. So I'm gonna right. So in that case, I'm gonna put it. Then I'm gonna be injecting the error again. So now you should see the previous error and the new error, and this new error is gonna come from the text.
They put way too much effort into this demo. Way too much.
So I'm gonna do again the message script hardware.
Yeah, like the new error.
Yep.
Look at that.
So this is the first error that we already have in the system, the one that we injected. So before the fruit text was locator P0MD1, and then when I changed the fruit text, I put level 1 text, right? So now we know that there is a faulty dim, and then probably the owner is level 1.
Excellent. As it should be.
Yep. One has been very excited about this game.
Well, the other thing that's happening here is we're injecting an error and the machine isn't rebooted. There's no, it's not a catastrophic error. The kernel is saying, well, this error occurred and it was non-fatal, we can continue on, this is great. But what happens when it's fatal?
In this case, when the system is not able to correct the error, this is a non-correctable
Hey there,
error.
YouTubers.
So the system is gonna
ASRock
needs to notice-
H470. I've had this motherboard for a while. Haven't used it too much, but I had some comments from some people saying, "Oh, I was able to use XMP and get greater than 2933 megahertz on the RAM." So one thing I've been trying to figure out, I'm like, well, maybe I'll go try it. You see here, supports Intel Extreme Memory Profile, so it should have XMP in there. So let's go take a look at what actually shows up. And I just did do the BIOS update, just so you know. All right, so we got to reboot the computer, and we'll go into the BIOS. I have an i3-10100 in there. And if that has anything to do with it, but somebody out there knows about it. So usually on this screen, there is XMP to enable. And then if you go to advanced, under OC Tweaker, there would normally be a enable XMP enable in here. Now, it seems really odd that it does not exist in here. I know from past experience that I have never been able to get more than 2666 megahertz out of RAM on an i5 and below, or 2933. So, if anybody's out there and they know what the problem is, sometime I think I will send ASRock an email asking him how come this is not showing up. And like I said, I have the most up-to-date BIOS, P1.10. Now, originally I thought, well, maybe the i5s and above, allow XMP. But ASUS, I had an ASUS H410. Right off the bat, right in that first screen, there's the XMP button. So I'm not sure what they're doing with 10th gen. ASRock's honestly not one of my favorite companies.
Just because you bought RAM that's rated at 3800, 4000, 5000, or whatever speed doesn't necessarily mean your computer can run it stably at that speed. It's not uncommon to enable your RAM's XMP and then see nothing but a black screen. Or your computer boots up fine, but then while you're playing games or running other applications, you're greeted by the infamous blue screen of death, or your program randomly crashes to the desktop. I'm not 100% certain about this because I'm not a memory expert, but my understanding is what's going on is the memory controller on your CPU isn't capable of running at your RAM's rated XMP speed. The memory controller is what manages all of the data going to and from your RAM. XMP, as I assume you know, is a form of overclocking. When you apply an XMP, you're overclocking your RAM. And while your RAM is rated to operate at that speed, you are now also overclocking your memory controller, which is built into your CPU, and it may or may not be able to run at that speed. If your RAM's XMP pushes your memory controller faster than it's capable of running, or pushes it right to its limits, then you're going to have stability issues, which will manifest themselves as black screens, blue screens, random crashes, as well as other system weirdness. So what can we do to fix it? If you simply disable XMP in your motherboard BIOS, that will fix the problem. But now you're running the RAM you paid a premium for at its base speed, which I don't think many people are going to be too happy with. Also, there are some of you saying,
I can't even get into my BIOS. After enabling XMP, all I get is a black screen, and I can't do anything.
Well, let's start with you guys first, and then we'll talk about what we can do to get at least some of the performance that you paid for back out of your RAM. If you're experiencing a black screen, you're probably freaking out right now, thinking you just bricked your motherboard or your RAM or something. Don't worry, everything is fine. You just need to disable the XMP. And since we can't get into our BIOS right now to do that, we're going to need to clear our motherboard's CMOS. The CMOS is the chip on your motherboard where all your settings for stuff like your CPU clock speed, boot device, RAM speed, and a lot of other stuff is stored. When we clear the CMOS, it will reset all of that stuff back to its default factory settings. First, we'll want to shut our computer's power off and unplug the power cord. You're then going to have to open your computer up. Some motherboards have a clear CMOS button on the motherboard somewhere, but most do not, so most likely you're going to have to do this one of two ways. The first is to use the clear CMOS pins on your motherboard. You may need to consult your motherboard manual to locate them, but this is what they look like. Simply bridge these pins with a screwdriver or some other conductive metal object for 5 to 10 seconds, and that should do the trick. The second way is to remove this round battery here on your motherboard. This battery provides power to the CMOS chip, allowing it to store all your custom BIOS settings, like your RAM's XMP. Pop this battery out for 30 seconds or so, and that should kill the power to the CMOS long enough to reset everything back to default. Just FYI, your motherboard's clear CMOS pins and battery are likely going to be hidden behind your graphics card, so if you don't see them right away, you're going to need to remove your graphics card to get to them. If you don't know how to do that, I have a graphics card upgrading video popping up in the cards right now, and linked in the video description that shows how to both remove and install a graphics card that should help. Okay, now that we can boot into our BIOS again, let's see what we can do about getting at least some of that RAM performance back we paid for. Just so you know, this is going to be a quick and dirty tutorial because RAM overclocking is not my thing. If you want to get a more in-depth tutorial on manually overclocking your RAM, where you adjust the RAM speed, timings, and the voltage and all that stuff, there are other videos on YouTube you're more than welcome to check out. I'm one that really only uses XMP because it makes overclocking your RAM effortless, basically providing you a one-step toggle switch, allowing you to skip the oftentimes very time-consuming trial and error tweaking that is involved with RAM overclocking. So anyway, my quick and dirty solution to the XMP crashing and blue screen problem is to first enable our RAM's XMP. Before saving and exiting, though, we want to go into our BIOS's advanced mode. Go to the AI tweaker here, select memory frequency, and here we have a list of a bunch of different RAM speeds. Some higher than our RAM is rated at, and others lower. The problem we're trying to solve is due to our RAM speed being too high. So I'm going to pick the speed one step down from my RAM's XMP speed, and then exit BIOS and save the settings. I'll then load up a game or other application where I was experiencing crashing problems or whatever, and see how it goes. If it crashes again, then I'll go back into my BIOS and bump the memory frequency down one more notch, and repeat the process until things run stably. At this point, if you really want to try to get the most performance possible and you're willing to spend the time doing it, you can adjust the timings and the voltage and stuff, but I've only very briefly dabbled in that kind of stuff, so I ain't going to touch it in this video. There are plenty of great RAM overclocking guides on the internet, though, so you shouldn't have any problem finding them. Thanks for watching, and the best of luck to you.
like a care package is coming in. Big things in the head drawn if you need it. Speed fire here.
R99 here. Shields recharging.
I had to ditch my shot. I had no ammo.
Backpack here. Level 1.
Hey, watch my back, pal.
Extended heather
There's a
mag
kill
here.
leader out there.
Level 1.
I found it all
Might
up
be
here.
something good
Drop
this
it.
Got some materials here.
Healing up. Perhaps we shift our orbit this way.
Evo shield here. Level 2. Flatline here. Come and get your birthday present. Evo shield
Care
here.
package over
Level
there.
2.
Healing up. You'll be right.
Bunch of beasties have been here. Mind yourselves, dears. Another squad's been there.
Fast run if you need it. Backpack here. Level 2.
Numpty there. This could get interesting. Spotted a wee hooligan. We're shooting. Grenade out.
Kill leader eliminated.
And we're broken enemy shield. Reload. They're shooting at me. Singularity deployed. Mind your car keys. Recharging my shields. Rejuvenating. Numpty right here.
Round 2. Beginning.
Shields recharging.
Here's your birthday present.
Numpty in our orbit. Replicator incoming.
Backpack here. Shield battery here. Shield battery here.
Shields recharging. Tossing thermite.
You trying to push them, bro?
Another squad's popping their heads in. Reloading.
inside the different devices inside CPU that there was an error. Like,
I was like, yo, we'll cut through him like that.
Continue doing execution, something's going wrong. So we send something called sync to all the system, and then later, if it is set in the BIOS, we send a reset, right? Because something was wrong, we need to send a reset to put the system back online. Okay. And now I'm gonna do that experiment. So I'm gonna inject an error in the same address, but this time this error is gonna be uncorrectable. And as the system has poison disabled, the system should send a reboot, and then we should get it back in a few minutes or seconds.
So keep in mind, if this were a system running a bunch of VMs or containers, as I was saying before, we're injecting a single bit error.
If you want to learn how to snatch like an elite weightlifter, here's some tips. One of the most common faults we see when people first start weightlifting is allowing their hips to rise excessively fast on the first part of their pull. This places more load on their low back and makes the rest of their lift a little bit less efficient. Here's how to practice the proper start. Have the back of your shoulders directly over the kettlebell, just like the barbell. Then think about your chest rising a little bit faster than your hips as you stand up. You can practice this kettlebell deadlift in between this barbell sequence from Olympian Chad Vaughn. Start with a slow 3-second first pull at the top of the knee, pause, and then snatch. On the second rep, the exact same thing except no pause. Ensure your chest is rising just a little bit faster than your hips on that first pull. On your third rep, you're going to put everything together, but with a regular tempo, into your full snatch.
Should look pretty hot, right?
It's a spicy clear. Oh my god. Wait. Yeah, just say that. Oh my god.
Get to the top my own way.
Yeah.
Coach said he's gonna give Leslie a gift tomorrow or the cash in his left pocket. She only gets to pick one.
Yo, I know money. Well, not all of it. Although that did happen once. Or 9 times.
What is it? What is it? Present. Okay.
That is you're stupid. Are you sure? Gift tomorrow.
Gift tomorrow. Okay, can I see?
Okay, this is what she gave.
Okay, this is it. Just look.
land there.
Heard that.
Land here. Unless you don't want to survive this. I'm the jump master.
Sorry.
May your bullets
I was
hit
back
their
at a
marks
bull.
and not me.
Bad guy over there.
Attention. First blood.
Yeah, now we're talking. Let's
Need a new angle on this.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
Window, bro. Can you put the car in front of the car?
45 seconds. Rings just up ahead.
Your car? You get places with the registration? No, I'm not stopping.
I assume you're good at something. Just
Girlfriend
pick up
car?
your feet. Let's go here.
30 seconds. Rings close.
I'm where? I'm looking.
Extended heavy mag here. Level 3.
Okay.
Got one on
What
me?
I gotta have you do is just not.
Ring closing in 10. And it's just the
No,
beginning
no,
of
no,
our
no,
jungle.
On top.
Shoot. Stand up.
Wake up, rings moving.
Stretching myself up a bit. Just getting my shields ready. Just giving my shields a recharge. What's that close?
Prey's been hit.
Enemy down.
There's a new prey in sight. There.
Package being delivered.
Care package coming down. Replenish the sword.
Reloading.
Got a tag on him. Shattered the Prey's shield. Prey's been hit. Prey spotted.
Recharging my shields. Come on, sailor. Down.
Reloading. Opening fire.
This way. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm getting shot at. Tubes o'clock. Get the bamboozling. Bad news, I'm down.
Enemy there.
What just happened? Why would you shut down in the middle of watching?
Got one here. Grenade.
Current angle sucks. Switching it up. I cracked a target's shield. Down to mark. Got our teammate person's banner thing. Getting shot at. I cracked a target's shield. Grenade. Reloading. Throwing an arc star.
Okay, this is the first one. How am I gonna do it?
Praise shield. Reloading.
That's Commodore FP80.
Bloody
Okay.
hell. You look like bloody hell.
He's really feeling it. Oh. Okay, this is Commodore FP80. Okay, cool. Stop. How does he stop? Okay, you can open your eyes now. Okay.
Second one was hardest.
Actually, no. Wait.
Wait, yours tasted so good.
That's so good. That's so good. clip. Oh my god.
Anything else? It is so much too much.
Yeah, they're like behind Lily. Oh my god.
That's what it takes.
This should all be clicking. Here. I know you know that.
Así se siente México.
Hola!
Hola.
This is gonna be a good fight.
Me dumb gringo.
You don't gringo?
Dumb gringo.
It's fine, mate.
Piquito Español.
Is your champion.
Only a little. It's fine. Where you from?
Chicago.
Chicago. That's good.
I'm the jump master.
Where are you from?
I am the jump master.
Chicago
Have
is
faith in
oh.
our descent.
Chicago, Illinois?
Obviously no, mate. Mexico.
That's a very large place. That's like me saying I'm from the United States.
Okay, yeah, but if I tell you the city I'm from, you're not gonna know. So what's the point?
How do you know I won't know? Maybe I'm an educated, world-cultured man. I just don't speak multiple languages.
Well, if you speak poquito Spanish, believe me, you're not gonna know where I'm from.
Well, that's mean and judgmental.
No, it's not mean.
Yes, it
No,
is.
it's not. I mean, a
yes,
little bit.
yes.
Okay, I'm from Querétaro. Do you know where Querétaro is?
Nope.
There you go.
But you still stereotyped me and judged me.
No, I didn't judge you. Don't be like that.
You said, sir, you're not intelligent enough to know where I'm from.
I didn't say that.
I know what you meant. I've been around enough women in my life to read between the lines.
Sure. I didn't mean that though. If you see an alternator, could you mark it? Si ves un alternator, te lo encargo.
Yo lo traigo.
Do you want my alternator? Here, you can have my alternator. Here.
No, if you use it. There you go.
I don't want it.
Thank you.
I don't want it.
Gracias.
I don't.
No, take it. I already have one here.
Too late.
You don't like the alternator? It's pretty cool.
Nah, I'm a double-headed it. I got a flatline and a rampage. You want some ammo? I got some ammo for you.
Light ammo here.
Okay, thank you.
Shotgun bolt here. Sniper stock here. Level 1.
Got some
Evac tower here. You wanna fly?
10 seconds and the ring's close.
Where's your boyfriend from?
Optics here. Mid-range.
Mexico City as well.
Mexico City. I know where Mexico City is. You didn't say you were from Mexico
do
City.
you?
What?
Do you know where it is? Well, Mexico City is like the main one, so of course you know.
I've been to Juarez.
Oh, you've been to Juarez. Oh, that's nice. What were you
I
doing
walked
there?
across the border back in the day with no ID. Just walk over there, haggle with some people. I got myself a nice leather whip. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, of course. That was nice. How long were you in Juarez?
Just for the day.
In and
Then
out
I
the
turned
country?
around and I walked
Yeah.
back and I walked right across the bridge and I didn't have to present any ID or anything. And then shit
Of course,
got...
because you're from US.
No, this is long ago. This is before like 9/11. Then after 9/11, now everything's all fucked up. I don't even think you can walk across that border anymore.
Well, yeah, I don't recommend you doing it. Juarez is very dangerous.
That's what people say. It's not. I don't understand that. I mean, that shit has changed a lot.
Because you went there ages ago, man.
I mean, you think that's what it is?
Yourself killed.
Really? You think it's that bad?
I mean, probably not because you're not from there. But
What did they do? All the markets are still exist, right?
of course they do.
So, like, what? I mean, they're not like running around shooting people in broad daylight in the market. They may try and steal my fucking wallet or something, but what are the cartel? Maybe only if you're involved in like drug trading, you fuck someone.
Yeah, but you can get into.
I use drugs. I don't fuck people that do drugs.
Okay, that's cool then.
The cartel loves me.
Parties, then.
Okay, I will.
Yeah, they're your bestie.
I will be going back. Don't they still have the bullfighting ring there and shit?
I bet they do. I don't know. I've never been there.
Oh, so you're just talking about Juarez discriminating against the people of Juarez. You've never even been? What's going on here? You sound like you're a European that moved to Mexico, or Australian, or British.
I don't know if you know something called the news.
The news?
We have.
Yeah, that's the thing that Donald Trump calls fake.
Yeah, well, you can hear a lot of things in the news.
Which news do you watch? Al Jazeera America? CNN? Fox News? MSNBC? BBC World News?
There's none of them.
What is it? Fuck. What is that one that, God damn it. I know the one, what is it? Because that dude, his daughter, who's now a famous anchor, her dad was on it. Then they brought them in when they did the MSNBC one. It was a combined one with, what is that fucking news company? God damn it.
No idea what you're talking about.
You don't know?
No, you're just rumbling words. Well, how am I supposed to know?
Enemies have been in that place.
Se ve gente, ¿no, verdad?
Cancel that.
Va, yo te cubro.
Survey beacon over there.
Y me matan, ¿no?
Father, give me sight.
Se petatea.
There are Anscoti to be found in this direction.
Han de estar del otro lado. Ah, mira, no manches.
Nah, está todo el lobby ahí.
Ajá.
Where you at, mate? Hurry up.
Univision! You don't know Univision?
You were looking for it.
Yes.
What's the name again?
Univision.
Univision.
Yeah, that's what I just said like 7 times. I said it weirdo like you guys do, and then I said English, and then you recognized it. What the fuck?
Univision.
Univision.
Univision, you mean?
Univision.
Yeah, wait, no, I don't watch Univision.
Vision.
¿Qué vamos a darle a todo el lobby o qué?
No sé, o si quieren darle la vuelta. Es que todos estaban ahí. Aquí
Don't make me turn on my chat GPT to translate.
No, don't worry. We're just saying that.
Imagine in like 2 years, we're going to have that translation right in our headphones. And when you say something, it's just going to change it to an AI voice that then translates it right to English to me. You won't be able to talk shit behind my back in Spanish.
Nobody's talking shit behind your back.
I'm just fucking with you.
But yeah,
But where do you come from? Why do you have an Australian, British, New Zealandish accent?
Because I play with a lot of people from England. Is why I have a weird accent.
What do you mean you play with a lot of people from England? You play soccer? You play football?
No, video games. What else am I gonna play?
I said football, softball, I don't know, volleyball. You get in your Brazilian bikini and you run down the beach.
I'm from Mexico. I play football with them. Yeah, sure.
Awesome. How are they, males or females? You seem like you're good enough to play with the men.
Wow, fútbol. ¿Están ahí enfrente?
Están del otro lado del puente.
Okay, they're on the other side of the bridge.
Pero aquí hay cajas.
About time you got a fucking package, mate.
I've been doing that all game, lady. What the heck? Okay, you better get your girlfriend in check here, mate.
Whoa, relax. I was just saying. Jesus.
Jesus is my savior.
Check.
Quieren seguir.
My
pero
best
no,
friend,
no, creo que
Jesus Christ. Hallelujah. Hallelujah. Mr. Jesus, won't you come save her soul, please, sir? Take her to the promised land sooner than later, cause...
Es un camino largo, pero evitaremos.
¡Chupa el
encontrar unos
meglote!
tipos.
Oh, that's the only Mexican. And that's the only Spanish thing you know.
Jingle tu madre.
Sí sabe palabrotas, ya no le tengo que enseñar nada.
Piquito. Mal. Bien. Bueno. Hola. Here, you want to hear my best one, you know? Ready? I know how to roll my R's. Listen, ready? Puerto Rico. I'm good. See?
Okay, now say this. R con R cigarro. R
I
con
can't
R,
do that. No, I don't know.
cigarro.
I don't even know what the heck the first word is.
Well, you wanted to roll your R's.
Go, tranquilo, velocista. Uy, se están dando bien feo ya, ¿eh?
Okay.
Están dando bien chido.
Vamos a tocar.
¿Quieren rodear? Están aquí ya, ¿eh?
Vamos a llegar al lateral party.
I cracked an Scottish shield. Reloading. Half the squad's at dust. Scanning the area. I am taking fire. Using me shield. Healing my wounds. This way. Let's go. Healing. I'll walk it off.
This way, left.
Drop. Andale, mama, ia, oh.
1 minute. Rings nearby.
Target. Scanning the area. There. Now the squad's cutting in. Serving them a knuckle sandwich.
Oh my god, this guy's on top. It's broke. It's hurt. We're done. Sorry.
No, te llegó otro equipo. F.
Scrappy DP says,
Good game, mate.
GG.
Good game.
Good luck.
Same to you, mate.
Have a good night.
Pay attention, you might learn a thing or two.
Congratulations.
Fancy a go?
You just called in.
No need to dress nice. Gonna get messy.
This is your champion.
It's my turn this time. Good. I'm the jump master.
Make sure your guys will
Get ready. Moving on.
I mean this, if I'm gonna listen to car noises for the next 12 hours, I'm going to shoot myself in the face.
No!
So we have to figure this out.
What's wrong with yourself? You're so sexy. Yeah, don't do that. What's wrong with car noises, Nick? They're just like fun.
Look at how fucking flat it is up
Yeah, it's flat.
If we get caught in a storm, we're in trouble.
What if there's a tornado?
Cutie, can I read that question?
Yeah, read a question. Yeah, read a question.
There was a question that I got on my Instagram. It says, "Is Cutie, Cinderella, and Ludwig a couple, and does she give the gawk suction pump soul snatcher?"
I'll say that the blowjobs are given. I'm good at what I do, ladies. Let me know.
So, Gamers Nexus, one of the biggest and most well-respected YouTube channels and groups, has recently done a video doing, I guess, a secret chocolate or something of the Starforge PC. My company.
Watch out that way. Don't be running that way. Go on top. Get out of here.
Cabling is super clean on this. They put tape on the SSD on the thermal pad. But overall, it's pretty good. Okay. You secretly bought it. Alright, well, check out the stretch. The first fucking clip. Hold on, bring it up. Alright. I'm not stressing out the artwork game. This is and what I have to do is buy it twice. We have to buy it through a secret agent in another state. But of course, this was all to ensure we got the full customer experience. Good. And having it not even in the same state really makes sure.
Bro, like, their cabling and shit is fucking nuts. Like, I didn't even know you could do this with a PC. Like, as you look at my PCs that I've made, bro, that's just like a...
On the thermal pad.
Joker over there.
But of course, this was all to ensure we got the full customer experience, and having it not even in the same state really makes sure, like, their cabling and shit is fucking.
It looks like a snake nest.
Of that. This system has an i5 13600K and an RTX 4070 in it, and is currently about $1,950 on their website.
This game, by the way, or sorry, this PC, by the way, it can run World of Warcraft Classic. So if you
What a weirdo girl, dude.
Apex Games. Come for revenge? Stay for the beautiful women.
Time to rock and load, fellas.
Duggan may have seen it all. This win is ours.
This is your champion.
You need to play Wrath of the Lich King. This one will let you do it. Or Season of Discovery.
Got our system and started testing at the beginning of November. This review will go through acoustics in our hemi-anechoic chamber. We'll also talk about thermals in the lab and the usual packaging, BIOS, and software inspection. Yeah. And because we expect that some of the viewers to this video, since it's a pre-built review of Starforge, will be maybe new to the channel, each of these sections will have a little bit of an explainer on methodology as well.
Let's
get started. Before that, this video is brought to you by us and our new Limited Disappointment PC t-shirts on store.gamersnexus.net. These shirts are the best way to support us and our testing and educational content while getting a fun way to recap another year of chaos in the PC hardware and gaming industry. The front includes an exploded diagram of the RAM stick, and the back has a spinal representation of memory architecture right down the middle. We launched these in both cotton and charcoal heather, and for the first time in years, we were able to get the price down as low as $20 for cotton despite rising costs. These shirts use comfortable materials and water-based, environmentally friendly inks while offering a fun band-style tour date list with 2023's releases and events. Grab one on store.gamersnexus.net to support us while getting a unique, limited shirt in return. So this is the system we're reviewing. They call it the Horizon 2 Ultra. The SKU gets updated every now and then, so for example, we noticed that Starforge sometimes changes the liquid cooler in it. Yeah. But overall, it's mostly the same computer, even when there's small revisions. We assume it's just due to parts availability. So, we're reviewing the Horizon 2.
Seeing that fan reminded me of something. Remember how I took my car to get it fixed the other day? Well, it's not fixed. The same problem is still happening, and it died in the McDonald's drive-thru last night. Completely random, has nothing to do with the video. But yeah, you know what's really funny about that is tomorrow's Saturday, and I'm not going to be able to get it fixed probably until Wednesday. Isn't that awesome? Time to get a new car? I will be getting a new car very soon.
And as for the backstory, Starforge was founded by a former Artesian Build member who was that whole story quite a while ago. So some of the former employees who escaped from the collapse of Artesian Build went to form two different companies. There's Phoenix PCs, which is the smaller, run out of the house, and there's Starforge, which is a whole big operation. Starforge found its funding from big name consumers and is owned by OTK. This consists of the bro, like, thank God, bro. Who does others? Or is effectively its own entity, it has its own C-suite, it has its own builders, and so it's not like the people who are in the building.
I think I need to unscrew. I think I need to take off the feet. No? No, bro, there's no way. Just slide the glass up, but it doesn't. Okay, CEO, by the way, I'm literally texting the people at Stark. Shut up! How does that take the top off? Not bleed. No, not yet.
Probably 45. Somebody easily is doing
Hey guys, I've made my own PC. I've made multiples of my PCs. You can see all my PCs over on the PC graveyard on the other side of my room. That's where I put all my PCs. They're footrests. Yeah, it's a footrest. That's the PC I made.
In revenue per year now, many millions. And like, company easily is doing millions in revenue per year.
I need energy ammo.
And Lightspeed has outdated community, which is all it was surprising that moving towards those up. If you don't remember that story, here's a quick reminder.
There's the reroll.
And that should pretty much recap. That's old news though. The company has asked successful enough that we think it should be held to the same standard as it appears in the space.
You got a whole third party coming.
A lot of that size now, and this is going to be another one of the
true, right? I mean, because like the thing is,
I got some.
If we can't meet the same,
I got some. I don't want to stay in there.
Other people can. We're never going to be able to evolve beyond just selling to like our fan base.
Enemy over there.
Which is like that's not a good thing, right? Like, why would we want to do that? Like, you want to be able to continue growing. So this is a good thing.
For us to review in depth. So, one quick note as well. We recently visited Starport and they had no idea that we'd already bought a system. They didn't know we were working on a review. They had
yep, there it is. They took down the Vaporeon.
Are you gonna stay there or are you gonna move?
No idea.
You gonna stay there or you gonna move?
Bought a system. They didn't know we were working on a review. We didn't tell them, and that's a separate video. It's gonna be coming out in the next few weeks.
I'll probably do.
There's another third party coming in.
Showing like a lot of the upgrades and updates to the warehouse at some point soon, because like the last video I did, it was like pretty casual and relaxed. Like, I'll just tell you guys, Starforge is doing really well. So things are a lot going along a lot. Things have evolved quite a bit. Put on my shoes for this. You know, just in case. We're gonna cut this down.
Okay, so now we are going. Now we're gonna test the assembly quality of this. We're gonna do a teardown. All the testing has been completed at this point. The thermals, acoustics, everything else, which is because when you take this apart and we don't want to influence the data results by doing that. It's done at the assembly process. So as you can see, number one thing. Now that is not damage. No. Quality.
Okay.
Custom RGB shutdown. So other than that,
I wonder what we can do to address that. If that's even something that needs to be addressed, I don't know. I have to touch it and see it myself.
Is extremely well cabled.
Because I don't have that one, so
we'll spend some time on in a moment. So Starforge did well with that aspect of things. They're using a deep cool black case fan for the back. These are cheap, basic, very simple fans. This is like kind of dollar bin supplier type of fan. In the front, they're using 3 RGB fans. So these are 12 volt, 0.12 amp fans. The blade spacing is very far apart, and so to try and compensate for the lack of blade count, they're actually steepening the angle to go at a more aggressive angle of attack into it, which has some acoustic trade-offs that we show later.
He's talking about the fans being like this and not this, right? Like, yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Cable combs on it, that's a nice touch.
It's something, to be honest, I never even thought about it, but like the moment I hear it, it immediately makes sense. Sure.
A little bit more expensive. Certainly that's past the consumer, but as far as things that an SI can do to try and provide additional value, that is one of the better ones. backside here.
Okay.
So cabling is super clean on this. Very
Yeah,
methodical.
I can't believe, like, whenever I watch Ariel do the cabling, I didn't even know that shit was possible. Like, I've never seen a well-cabled PC in my life.
Pull
Like,
on
until
the
then,
cable
I've
routing,
just
electrical
always
tape
got my own, you know?
employed over the RGB connectors, which we think is a good thing. Let's look at the internals now. So if we rotate this around, I'm gonna go over this table. Been a little while since I've used these buttons. That was the thermometer. The deep cool cooler is obviously dead center, except they've got the Starforge logo on it. Internally, got an MSI motherboard. We'll look closer at that in a second. We'll be talking about BIOS later in this video as well, since I've already inspected all that before the teardown. RAM, they're using 2 sticks, and this is important, they got them in the right slots. Just look for...
Yeah, I think that they're supposed to be in slot 1 and 3 or 2 and 4, right? That's my understanding of RAM. They're not supposed to be next to each other? Yeah. 2 and 4, yeah.
Glue. No glue there. Okay, well, that's good. We're doing better than Walmart.
Ooh.
There's a blob of hot glue in there.
What?
Okay, so for fan configuration, we're going brute force intake at the front here, so it's three
I'm the jump
intake
master,
fans.
so
Probably
first
some
one's
of
on
the
you.
worst possible perforation you can have on a panel. There is absolutely no ventilation through the panel. The reason I can still breathe is because of the side intake.
Yeah.
And there's not a ton of room in there. It's like maybe about half an inch, 3/4 of an inch between the front panel and the actual front of the mount for the fans.
Okay.
But that's where the air is coming from on this. This is how you rate front panel ventilation, porosity. It's phenomenally low. It's like actually impressive how low it is. But Starforge is able to brute force a lot of this just because it counts the fans, plus the holes in the side, plus they're using an AIO for a 13600K, which is a relatively low heat producing component. Generally speaking, you'd be fine with something like a Fearless Assassin, but in a pre-built, this can make sense for other reasons, like not levering the CPU, the socket.
Okay, yeah, I don't know, like, is that something, because, like, obviously he's saying it works, right? But I wonder if this is, because, like, it's hard for me to know, like, which things are things that are worth, like, addressing and which things are okay but not perfect, right? So that's yeah, I'm kind of thinking about, like, yeah, which one is this? This will probably be a conversation. Okay.
Not far from the ring.
Fans are fine? Yeah, at least, I mean, I know my fans are fine, but I also have a different type of PC. And it's also just, that's also the one they made for me, and so it's a different thing.
And one of the things I like to do in these teardowns is
check the motherboard screws.
First, just check for if any screws are loose before I begin taking them out. And that one's actually, that's a little loose right there.
It's got 8 screws,
and
right?
This is really only to see if they're really tightening everything properly.
4? Really?
Thermal paste application.
Oh, there were more.
In terms of thermal paste, they have relatively full coverage of the whole IHS, and that includes patch and full screen from
the
the
one that screws was loose, okay.
application, whether that's Starforge or Deepcool. Contact is overall about as even as you can ask for on an Intel CPU, so...
Alright, fuck yeah. Great. I'm the kind of person that is afraid to put thermal paste on things. I will be honest, the most I ever did was install a liquid cooling system. I think that was it. I think maybe I did thermal paste one time on that. I don't remember. It was like 2014. Maybe 16, 15, something like that.
I was just asking Mike to look at the screen, and I pointed at this one. I noticed I can
Yeah,
use
this
it.
one's...
Email where it said
sure are split up. Let's hurry up and regroup.
Helmet here. Level 2. Backpack here. Level 2.
We could check out here.
Definitely not screwed in all the way.
So now we're up to 2 screws that are not coming out. And this is actually super loose as well.
Okay.
That one I probably could move. That one I can't move by hand as well. So that would be probably the number one place for starters to work on this a little bit of attention to detail on the torque, but also in this case trying to actually get it to leverage both sides of that channel, and this one is also loose. You can see it's not a whole lot there. So the rest seem okay.
Okay.
Require more fun.
Yeah, that's because I think to myself, like, can something like that happen during shipping? And if it can, what can we do to make that not happen as often? Also, like, I'm actually very curious. Yeah, torque limiting screwdrivers would fix that. This is completely normal after transporting. It should be done anyway. Factory worker myself wouldn't hold against anyone that's on the line. It's a Monday or Friday job. Well, it's very hard to say. I mean, this is always like, this is what my perspective is with a lot of this stuff. Is that, and I remember, I think Linus said that, and like this has been a very common opinion that people have about pre-built PCs, is that a lot of times they do get damaged or something like that in transit. Like, this is just a reality. It's the same as anything gets damaged. But, like, that will happen, but how can we make that happen less? And, like, that's why, for example, if you saw at the beginning of the video, that's why we have the padding around, like, the different motherboard and everything. Because I think that
I'm being chased.
Ideally, the reason why people buy a pre-built PC is because they don't want to build it themselves.
I'm bringing them right to you.
So every single thing that the user has to do, outside of just simply turning it on, this is a thing, this is a problem that we are looking to solve. And obviously nothing's going to be perfect. There's never going to be a 100% success rate. But, like, yeah, I do take this. Like, overall, so far, I'm not really that stressed, right? There was a few screws problematic, and like this case thing, I don't know really what to do about this. But at least there's been nothing that's like crazy fucked up, and I'm glad about that so far. I'm very happy about that. Reusing consistent torque would be helpful. Yeah. There were a couple of other things that like I had thought of. Obviously, I don't really like speaking a lot for the company in terms of like process. But, you know, there were things that I had thought of, like, oh, maybe we should try this or try that, in order to make sure that, like, things are done in, like, a more particular way. Yeah, well, I mean, hey, look, guys. Gamers Nexus will always find something there. Well, that's a good thing. Like, it's the same thing with the Linus video. Even with the things that... Like, even with things that we might disagree with or might be something else's fault, like, we still want to know... Like, I think people might not really understand this a lot, because I'm very much like, I don't really take a lot of criticism from people, like, on a personal level. Like, if somebody says something or, like, they call me stupid, I just immediately shut it down, or tell them shut up. This is different for me, because this is an actual product. This is a product, and so it is either... And so I have a very different philosophy with this. If that makes sense. This whole screwdriver, PC building, related torque to make sure they're all the same. Yeah.
Can you do that while holding a camera?
Chatting to this personally? No.
Nice.
Yeah.
It's like you pushed 3 in Counter-Strike. I cannot. Is this fighting footage?
Riveting.
No, it's tape.
Oh, no.
That's a lot of tape for one. Okay, well, they got 3 wraps on it. Starforge, I've found where you can save some money.
Yeah.
Although it is
using too much tape
for keeping things secure. It's free.
Okay.
All we care about is that it's fully socketed,
Right.
and it is. Wow.
Okay, great.
This is really
That's a big deal, right? Is because making sure that, like, for example, the graphics card and the RAM is actually in, because, like, you remember with the first Linus video, there was a connector cord that wasn't fully connected that was inside of the PC. And I personally, again, to me, problems that are inside of the PC are much more important to solve versus problems that are outside of the PC, like a screw being loose on the top of the case, right? Because people, again, buy pre-made PCs for the explicit purpose to not have to open them up. So yeah, to me, I'm very happy about that. And like, we did have a number of conversations about that afterwards.
I am impressed by the care they put.
Thank fucking God.
This cable, Syspan 1,
Yeah.
is routed up under. So someone went through the effort of routing it under, rather than going the lazy path, which would be maybe like shoving it in between these two, where it would eventually just probably pop out, and then down here. So that's really well done.
Right.
Check everything.
All right.
Through.
There we go.
That's free spinning right there. So maybe we're moving a little too quick in the PC building area. Something line or whatever.
It's another one of these fucking screws. Yeah.
Like 3.
So there are screws that do the same work. Is that correct? Okay. Yeah, I will look into that tonight.
Yeah, and the real problem with these when they're interior like this, you know, like check this out. We can spin it with magnet. So
Oh, it's obviously not screwed in. Yeah.
that needs to be tighter.
Yeah.
The problem with the interior ones when they're loose like that is if they rattle out over time or gets knocked and shipping or whatever.
Well, here's the reason why it's problematic. So let me explain how it's problematic and what causes this to,
It can short out.
be an issue for us on a purely functional basis. If we sell a PC to somebody and this screw comes out and it's making noise whenever they move the PC around, the user will think that the PC is broken and they'll send it back to us, costing us money. So this has a direct, it has a direct negative impact on us potentially. Which means that, like, whenever somebody sends a PC back, usually we send them a PC in the interim, or if for nothing else, we're paying for part of that. We're paying for customer service, etc. Yeah, it's a direct financial impact. So yeah, this is very serious. You could potentially under or over torque a screw. Oh, I understand that. Is the quality of the screw a factor? I'm not sure. I think that for a lot of these screws, they're provided by the people that make this motherboard. Whenever I bought motherboards in the past, the screws have been included with the motherboard.
First blood. First blood. Someone cracked
As soon as
under
that
pressure.
becomes a floating screw in the case, now you have a short waiting to happen, which at the best possible side of things, causes a shutdown, the customer's not sure why. It's fine. The worst possible side of things, you bridge something, bridge 12 volts to ground or whatever, and now you have dead control. Normally, I wouldn't spend that much time talking about that issue, except we've now seen it 3 times.
Yeah, no, that's important. And you guys see my point that I'm making, right? About how, like, how something like that extrapolates into us having a direct financial impact from the screws not being done properly. Because, like, again, right? I mean, you think about it as a user. Like, how did I know, for example, my car was fucked up the other day? Well, because the serpentine belt was, like, squeaking. So, like, the belt tensioner was, like, not adjusted properly. So, like, I don't really know that, but what I do know is that it's making a noise that it shouldn't make.
And actually, we did this off camera. We had moved the power supply previously to check on something, and we resecured it. But I was the one who took it out from its original installation from Starboard. I did notice that screw was also kind of loose, as in turns by hand. So I think we've seen a pattern develop. Unless we see an egregious issue, it's one of those we're move on from that problem.
Okay.
Scanning the area.
That one is a different problem. See that? Mike knows
Get started.
You got that a standoff, a motherboard standoff underneath here that is now permanently attached to the screw. Okay. That was in there. Screw was.
Hold on, I'm healing.
In fact, it's still
Is it?
also in the GM store if you want to grab one of our countries. It fits. Okay, so there's not only loose screws.
That's actually very good information. Yeah, no, that's very good information because, like, previously, it's easy to write off if the screws are loose to shipping, but shipping would never make the screws tighter. So the fact that the screws are loose and tight means that there's inconsistency. It means that it's probably not the shipping, at least not entirely.
Not only are a few screws loose, a few screws are a little too tight. That's the case side of things. I'll look at the motherboard really briefly. There's not a lot left to look at. The only reason I look at the CPU is to check if anyone smashed any pins that we didn't detect in our other testing. And it looks clean, so that is good.
Oh god, that was one of the ones that stressed me out, bro. Like, yeah. Oh boy. What's that?
Man, come on. The tape on the SSD, on the thermal pad. That's so basic. Not making any contact with the SSD. Man, so close. And bam, just like that, the system's magically rebuilt. Amazing. So, StarForge has a few key things to work on here. First of all, number one is attention to detail on the small stuff. So that would be things like screw, torque, but the bigger problem is just forgetting that peel on the SSD thermal pad.
I see. I didn't understand immediately. I see now. Yes.
Now, fortunately for StarForge,
will that damage it? Like, it's obviously bad, but like, I'm pretty sure this is problematic. No, it won't. It'll overheat. Okay.
This configuration, they're not using an SSD that's fast enough to get really punished by that mistake. So they kind of skated by. It's still an inexcusable error because it's such a basic thing.
Yeah.
The thing you are paying an SI for is to do it right. Exactly. So you don't have to. So if you're recommending for a friend or buying for a family member and you don't want to be support, you don't want to have to get anxiety over whether they put...
You will be. Trust me. If you have an older family member that asks you to buy a PC for them, you are now responsible for anything that goes wrong with that PC.
Built it properly. That's kind of their job.
That's just how it is.
They're very fortunate in that it doesn't torpedo the system because, again, the drive's just not good enough for it to really have a heavy impact. On the positive side, the tail management is excellent. It's immaculate. They did really well there, and it's among the best tail management we've seen from a build, other than maybe Origin with that really complicated build. and they are most of the way there to capturing all of the major elements of building the system properly. Which, again, it sounds almost sarcastic, but that is genuinely our job during these pre-built reviews, to make sure they're doing the basics. Yes. All these SIs need to do is to nail it, so you don't need to worry about it. So, overall, they've done well. No major mistakes outside of a sticker peel, and the loose screws could have been a major mistake, but in this instance, again, they stick by, it wasn't. But overall, it's pretty good.
Going right into another fucking fight.
Overall, it's pretty good. Okay, thank fucking God. Oh my God, bro. Like, all right, we're good. Yep. The cable guy. Yeah, no, the cabling that we have is like, I'm very happy with it. I'll tell you that.
The thermals of SSD, we ran 2 tests, one with the tape on as shipped, and one with the thermal pad properly contacting the SSD.
Sure.
In this test, the steady state temperature ends up being the same since this drive is limited on how hot it gets, just because it's not that fast of a drive. It doesn't get that crazy hot. Ultimately, the fuel is just the barrier, but it's not a huge one. That means the reaction time is affected, not the steady state performance. The time to steady state was 350 seconds with the wrapper covering the thermal pad, or 385 with it removed. That's an extra 35 seconds of time before we were at steady state when properly connected. This isn't catastrophic, it doesn't ruin the build, but it's an error that affects the thermal performance.
I didn't know that. That's interesting. Let me look at that again. It's pre-built benchmark stuff with Ryzen and temperature reason versus wrapper. Okay, it's a big no. Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Performance. Our first testing for the system will start in our newly constructed Hemi-anechoic sound chamber. The Starport system has a relatively slow ramp, where the hysteresis that's pre-configured, which responds to thermals, is a lot slower than we see in some of the other pre-builds that we've reviewed. So, that's what we're going to be looking at first in this chamber, which we have a whole separate video on.
Oh boy. Oh, it's one of those. Yeah, I know what it is. Okay. 35 seconds can be a whole generation different. Yeah, no, 35 seconds. I mean, like, what are we going to spend a lot of time talking about, like, whether the tape should have been there or not? Everybody knows it shouldn't have been there. And so, yeah, I mean, is it something that bricks the PC? No. Is it something that makes it a bit worse? Yes.
And it is very quiet. For this testing, we did this at 1 meter distance, which is part of an ISO standard. And after all that setup, we go through, turn on the test apparatus, turn on the systems out there, and run the data logging. So that's the test setup. Now, as for the chamber itself, these are metal wedges. They're perforated metal wedges. Inside of them is effectively fiberglass. And this allows us to kill a lot of the echo in the room, hence the name anechoic. So the anechoic part of the hemi-anechoic name comes from basically the walls and from the ceiling construction, where we have these wedges to help kill some of that noise. So when I'm talking, my voice is really only making one pass to the wall. It's captured, the sound gets destroyed, or scattered, and we're not really getting much. And that's especially true in the higher frequency ranges and a computer graphics. Higher here being relative. Now the hemi part of hemi-anechoic, that comes from the floor. So the floor is a hardened surface. This is basically a vinyl tile. As for other features of the chamber, it's built on 3 Hz isolating springs, and that allows us to just further isolate from the ground and from noises from the outside of the building. On top of the chamber, we have insulation stacked to further reduce external noise, and surrounding it, we use special Armstrong ceiling tiles for the same purpose. The chamber also utilizes 8-foot silencers on either side in the event we run air handles.
Bro, what the fuck is this? This is insane.
And for our single point of noise ingress, we use 2 heavy gauge steel doors that nest and are packed with insulation, including more wedges on the backside. Between the instrumentation, the external room, and the measurement equipment, and the construction, and the complicated chamber itself, we spent about $250,000 on this testing equipment and have been thrilled with the results so far. And we're really only just getting started. Here's the first chart. This is simply for noise levels over time. This system ran at 22.4 dBA at the start when idle, so we classify that as quiet for household usage. The fan ramp took place over a period of about the entire 30-minute cycle, but mostly stabilized at around the 10 to 15-minute mark. You see that the total noise level when left fully auto ran about 30.
I got one on me.
This is completely acceptable, and what we're looking for here really is fan ramp and D-ramp, which can become annoying as it oscillates, and that doesn't happen with this system. Instead, it's a
Great.
gradual
Fuck
gain
yes.
with a slowed start in the first 5 minutes.
All
Now
right.
we're going to move to frequency spectrum
Oh,
analysis.
thank God. All right, we're good. That's an EC. Yeah, it is. There we go.
First with the computer, and then with the stream. The x-axis is for frequency in hertz. Generally speaking, humans are most sensitive to the 2,000 to 5,000 hertz frequency range, so it's important that this range is under control. Humans are less sensitive to lower frequencies as we're
One of these
accustomed
death boxes
to these
back
ranges
here.
for speech, which typically ranges from 85 hertz to about 255 hertz for adults. Here's the full chart. At steady state load under peak thermal stress, Starforge's fan profile has the highest range between 200 hertz and about 1400 hertz for noise.
Okay.
Fall off around the sensitive range means that we end up with what is mostly a lower frequency hum that you might define as white noise. Starforge avoided using any components that produce an audible or an obnoxious whine. We ran the voices of several of Starforge's streamer owners at OTK through our acoustics analysis suite. Using what you all learned in the previous plot, we can now understand who has the most scientifically acceptable vocal frequency. This included streamers like Jay Schlatt, Amaru, Voice Critical, and
oh boy,
Asmon Gold.
Are you kidding? Jesus. Are you fucking kidding me?
Asmongold. Asmongold. We then sampled representative audio for how each of these streamers normally talk. Jay Schlatt recently released a cover of My Way by Frank Sinatra and that AI voice cover. So naturally, we used that to process his voice. So we used AI to reprocess it all and clean up the audio. We accounted for its fractures, dispersion, and free air resonance. We also accounted for the fluid pressure dynamics and specifically used the Cartesian coordinate system with a bilateral time cube. And all of this is masked against the cardinal coordinate system, and that produced this chart. We'll plot Asmongold first, as he appears to be the ruler, and we want to show respect for their hierarchy. The average power in his frequency plot was heavier in the 140 to 180 Hz range, with relatively strong power near 100 Hz. Next, Moist Penguin appears to have more power in the 100 to 140 Hz range overall, perhaps causing a power struggle on leadership. Body's empathy voice required some boosting because we saw a total drop in vocal power, and this was particularly true in the lower frequency range. Finally, Schlatt's rendition of Sinatra earned him the most power in the entire lower band of human speech. Now back to the what are we doing again?
Of course.
The computer. Overall, Starforge has done well.
I'm charging my shields and I'm moving.
At fan speeds, whether that's configured by the board or by them, in a way that it's not annoying. So that's good. In here, we're going to be looking at...
Imagine if they did tech code.
At thermal for a full system torture workload, that's CPU and GPU at the same time. And the reason for that is simply because if the pre-built can survive a full system torture for both of those, then it'll be fine for just about any scenario. In this test, the average all-core temperature was about 67 degrees Celsius and an ambient of about 21 C throughout the test. Averaging only the hotter P cores, we saw around 71 to 72 degrees Celsius during the course of testing. These numbers are all completely acceptable and well within spec. It's really that liquid cooler that's doing
I mean, I've got a pretty fucked up frame of reference for this because I remember my graphics card, I had was it the AMD Radeon 4650, I think was my first graphics card I ever bought. And I remember that shit was run at like 105, and it would turn itself off. It got so bad it would turn itself off.
Let's zoom in momentarily. This helps us show hysteresis. We already looked at this in the DGA SPL chart, but this one gives us a look at it as it manifests thermally. The temperature ramps from baseline idle, about 30 C, to steady state load in about 400 seconds. As we said before, that's a relatively long ramp, and there's another 200 to 400 seconds in there for a small fluctuation. The GPU temperature averaged about 68 degrees at steady state, which is completely acceptable from the noise level we measured. The plunge around 510 seconds is a momentary loss of sensing that can be ignored. The memory junction temperature held about 64 degrees steady state. There's a ton of thermal headroom here for the memory, so they're doing fine. The hotspot temperature was about 82 degrees. That's on the bad side. Jumps to the average delta. It's still fine. It's just there's a lot more room to do better here, and that
I think 90 to 95. That's whenever you start running into problems. And I've heard some people run their shit at like 100.
You saw that?
So based on these thermal numbers, Starport is actually doing well.
bro.
The one place I think they can improve is acoustically. They have a ton of.
I don't think anyone is gonna be able to find me here. Honestly, I didn't even know I could slip down between that shit. I don't blame him for running over me. You're not gonna see me here.
A lot lower thermal.
I cannot believe that you can shoot through it. That's what I can't believe.
Well, there's a gap. I shot through the little gap.
That's what I was saying.
I was like, is he not gonna move? I'm gonna fuck him up. Why is he standing there?
Louder than necessary size. So if we had any advice for Starforge to take back and work on, it would be maybe doing some more custom tuning of that fan curve.
Okay.
Because they could definitely run this quieter and not really sacrifice that much thermally. But overall, they've done well thermally and actually.
Alright.
So that's nice to see. Let's look at power testing. So for power testing, the reason we run this for pre-built specifically is because we need to know that they're speccing the right power supply for the job. So you want some headroom there. General rule of thumb, would be 50-60% tends to be about the peak operating efficiency of a power supply, and will also allow you the most times where the fan is not spinning during the course of use. So we use a lot of power meters, and we monitor the power consumption throughout the entirety of our full system load process and a couple of other tasks to represent gaming scenarios. This chart shows total system power, so we're not isolating for 12 volt or PCIe cables like we recently did in our Intel problem with efficiency video. And if you haven't seen it, you should check it out. There's some really cool data. But this is because it's not comparative. For this test, we really just care about the total system power drop. In our testing, a full system torture load had the power consumption of the Starforge PC at 431 watts. That's idle is difficult to measure due to observer effects and impacts of measurement tools or interacting with Windows backup processes, but at the wall it's easier. And when idle, it ranged from about 80 to 110 watts. This will change based on the monitors that are connected.
Oh, I fucking tried it. What? I should have thrown that. I fucked up. I was trying to throw that shit early. My bad.
System load at 260 watts. Overall, considering
I don't know what's ticking at that rate.
That's badass,
worst
dude.
case
That's
scenario,
the scrappiest I've
an
ever watched
800 to
somebody play. That's
850
badass.
watt power supply is more than sufficient.
Yeah, I don't know if you're being real or not, but I appreciate it. Have a good night.
Well played, man. Well played. You too, man.
I just got 1,000 because I just thought bigger was better. But yeah, 850 for this. Yeah, that's totally fine.
Headroom, especially because you can technically go over power on that as well. Now we get into the system setup section. We'll start with Starforge's BIOS configuration. Out of the box, the BIOS version
That's a fucking W. I'm just glad its power supply was good. I'm happy. That's good.
E70 E0773 from September. As far as being this is really good. A lot of SIs ship us boards with BIOSes that are many months out of date. The worst we had was over a year out of date, and that can affect stability, it affects microcode updates, it affects the security.
The reason why, I'm not really sure where he got it from, but there's a lot of people that source their materials from places that are, like they're buying them wholesale from another type of seller, and the quality of the product might be a little bit lower, but it's a lot cheaper. Whereas like with us, we don't really do that, and a lot of the things that we buy are like the things that are on the market for actual users. And so it would make sense that theirs would be lower because they're buying at a higher stock and they're using it over a period of months, whereas for us, we're buying it on a regular basis. So that's probably why that would happen. They're sitting on the, yeah, basically.
So this is important, and it's good that they're doing it right. We also noticed that XMP was enabled, which configures the RAM to its DDR5 6000 profile. That's excellent, as again, a lot of SIs fail to enable XMP or Expo, and effectively falsely advertise their configurations as a result. Starforge did this part right, and it shows more awareness and confidence regarding Enthusiast configuration. The only other meaningful change was to the fan curve in BIOS, where Starforge, or if they're using default MSI, but becomes Starforge's responsibility, sets the back fan and the front crew fans to 7.2 volts, which has on about 600 to 700 RPM. It's not a particularly useful speed, It's fine. Normally they were okay as we saw earlier. It looks like they tried to configure these slower so that they rely more on the liquid cooler. Boot-in takes us straight to Windows where it provides finalization steps. There's nothing special there, so we didn't record it. The desktop comes with almost nothing pre-installed. SIs are supposed to be better than OEMs like HP, and one of the main ways is avoiding bloatware. We've done videos on bloatware in the past. Avoiding things like
like how many of you guys, like back in the day, I bought like an HP PC, and it's like it comes with like 3 viruses already installed. It's like the tutorial for the PC is uninstalling all of those things.
Virus software that at the point behaved more like that which they were meant to destroy.
Bro, fucking McAfee. You buy a new computer and McAfee is on it? Who the fuck asked for that?
It is a good thing, and StarForge has avoided that. OEMs often get kickbacks from bloated software pre-installed, which is why you see so much of it.
Yeah, listen to that again.
OEMs often get kickback from bloated software pre-installed, which is why you see so much of it, and it's good that StarForge hasn't succumbed to that temptation. There's one annoying piece of software that pops up on internet connection, and that's MSI's driver utility rootkit and waiting, which acts sort of like Armory Crate. It allows the user to opt out though, so we did that and it never bothered us again. Time for packaging. The StarForge system shipped in 2 boxes. There's an outer cardboard box with 1 strip of bubble wrap on all sides, forming a relatively tightly packed configuration, and then an interior cardboard box. The interior box is the case box, which itself uses 2 blocks of styrofoam from the case factory. Shipping GPUs has a major risk with pre-builts, as we saw in one of our iWebPower pre-built reviews. SIs tend to either use Instapack, or they just ship it in a separate box. Instapack employs an expanding foam inside of a pack. StarForge used 3 of these Instapack blocks on the system. One was wrapped tightly around the GPU, another was around the CPU cooler in a way that butted up against.
One other good thing about this is it allows us to ship something like, really, like, I mean, you guys need to understand, like a 4090, it's like the size of this. It's probably a little bit smaller, to be fair, but it's really, really big. And because of that, whenever it's getting shipped around, if you have something like this, and it's like bouncing like this a little bit, it could be really bad. It's bigger? Is it bigger? Holy shit, I think that you're right. It's definitely thicker. Yeah, it's fucking massive, okay? That's the point, is it's absolutely fucking massive. And in the process of that, or, you know, because of that, we want to be able to ship. There are some people, and they'll ship some components like that separately, and then the user will have to install it. I'm not sure if that's still common, but I remember it used to be, because of not having the technology of doing packing like this. But that's why we do it. It's so we can ship with all these things in place, so the user doesn't have to deal with that.
And the final was in the front of the system, which, just for good measure, would also help secure the GPU. As far as packaging goes, this is heavy use of Instapack for SI. That's a good thing. It stops the radiator from getting jolted
Which,
out.
again, like, the reason why we do this is that it does cost more money to do this, but it also saves us money. Because for every one of these that we do, this is like maybe $2 or $4 or something like that. Like, I don't know how much money it is, but you think about how many times that we would have to have a $4 charge in order to equal 1 return. Because like a return, because if you think about a return is the customer dissatisfaction, which is like, that's how do you put a value on that? But let's assume that's like $40, okay? And then so you have $40 out of that, or $20, it's going to cheap, $20. Then you have the shipping. Then you have us paying the person to look at it. Then you have us shipping a secondary PC. Then you have the person, the review, right? That also matters. So you look at all of this money that comes together, and you're talking about, like, this is like a $500 mistake. This could be a $400 mistake. So a $400 mistake, will this happen every 1 in 100 PCs? Well, with a really big graphics card like that, I bet it won't. So that's why it actually saves money for us to do it in this way. Is because it reduces the amount of people that return things. Unsatisfied customer costs thousands, and you're right? Because like, let's say they do get the new PC, and we do fix the problem, but because they had this issue, next time they don't buy our PC, they buy somebody else's PC. Okay, well now this cost us $2,000 to $4,000. That's it. Need return customers. Yep, it's the 80/20 rule. And so yeah, that's why we do the packaging like this.
No, no se lo quitas nada más que ya no entras al torneo.
And it should.
Yeah.
There's also a piece of foam insert between the pack and into the packs, which should help further buffer the virus. Great. We didn't have any damaged components, however, we did have a scuffed panel on the case where it had clearly been scratched or had some thickness at the bottom. And we also removed that thickness at $6,000 into the sea, and we've seen this already. We also noticed that the rear metal side panel wasn't all the way screwed in on the box, but for shipping damage, it didn't appear that it
Really wish we had this screw situation though.
No mames.
We gotta get this down. We gotta get like new screwdrivers or something, man.
Our system had from transit.
Yeah.
As a note, our system was shipped twice. Once from Starforge to our secret agent in another
I'm
state,
dipping.
using a fast shipping option, and then again to us. So it went through more handoffs than the average order would.
Sure.
That doesn't mean it can't get damaged in transit, and clearly that does happen, but ours did not encounter these issues. For accessories,
It's very hard to say whether it was like, at the end of the day, it's not about trying to blame shipping for it or not. It's about how do we prevent this from happening as much as possible. Like, that's it, because he's right. It could absolutely come from shipping. 100%.
Just get the fuck out of there. Let them run past you. They're on me, all three of them. Get back the other way.
That's just what happened. So yeah, I think that definitely there's something that could happen. Maybe some of it's from shipping, maybe some of it's not. It could be 50-50, it could be 100-0. Yeah, I don't think it's completely shipping though. There's definitely things that we can improve on.
the box was an extra set of power supply cables, the leftover ones, which is great because the modular power supply, you can make use of it in the future, so better that they give them to you. There was also a Starforge accessories pack, which included a Wi-Fi antenna, a 16-gauge power cable, a metallic sticker pack, and a 5-step installation instructional card with a QR code for a manual. Starforge does not include any peripherals with this. We count that as a plus. System integrators normally include $0 e-waste to your peripherals, and we'd rather be responsible for sourcing our own than basically tossing trash immediately in the garbage after opening a computer. Wrapping it up, overall, it's pretty good. We're going to grade this kind of like
All right, here we go. It's pretty good. Okay. All right.
130 or something. So, totally and acoustically, the system had expectations.
Yeah, underscore Ty underscore re says, get out.
Which is really about as good as it gets for a pre-built.
Right.
For small features like the kill combs, they exceeded our expectations.
Great.
For overall attention to detail, we would say that the Starforge system failed to meet our expectations. That would be things like the SSD heel still being on the pad,
for sure.
and like the screws being
For sure.
loose. So that's what judges that aspect, where it could become a short circuit, which is going to be a problem for them. BIOS was nearly perfect for a pre-built, so that was excellent. The fan curve was a place for improvement. It wasn't bad, but it's underutilized, and they could tune it for acoustics if they cared to. The Starforge PC does remain one of the better assembled that we've reviewed. It passed thermal acoustic tests, BIOS, and software setup, and it didn't have bloatware. I'm actually happy enough with this one that I'm going to give it to someone once we're done with it, which is rare, because I don't want to become tech support. So, yeah, that it speaks to it a little bit. That I think I'm going to hand this off and probably won't cause any problems for me, which is a good thing. Overall, this is well built. Its failings are far less severe than we've seen in many other pre-builds. Using prices as of December 23rd, the price breakdown for an exact like-for-like build against their current iteration of the Horizon 2 Ultra has the cost to build at around $1,400. Before factoring in the custom cable extensions and some really small extras. If we're generous, let's call it $100 for random accessories like cable combs, fans, LEDs, and extensions. And this is ignoring that you probably use a cheaper tower cooler instead of going DIY. So, like for like, their markup's about $450 plus or minus $100 on a similar system as you might make. As long as they're reliable, that's fine. You're paying for warranty and support consolidation, competent assembly, they can fix some of these issues, and it being done right. So we
offer quite a bit of a warranty, and I think that's really the main thing that, like, for example, like my dad, you know, as I said, I was talking about at the beginning of the video, like my car. My dad really wants me to buy a brand new car. because the brand new car has a warranty. I'm not sure that I'm going to do that. I kind of don't want to do that because it's a lot of money, but it's like, that's kind of like my perspective with it, is that making sure that, like, giving people peace of mind, I think, is the most important thing whenever you're buying an electronic, especially like a PC. Because, like, I think that you have a few things that are, like, really, really important that you want to make sure always work. Your refrigerator, your car, your computer, and your phone. Is there anything else? Toilet? Yep, definitely. Probably toilet as well. Your internet? Your air conditioning. Yes, the air conditioning. That's another really great example. Yes. And so, yeah. And those are things that, like, we try to provide as good of service as possible, because no matter what happens, there will always be, like, something gets dropped in shipping. Somebody makes a mistake in building. The user drops it. Something happens, right? And we want to make sure that, obviously, whenever people send the PC back, or they need to have some sort of, like, support for it, we're able to do that. So, like, yeah. I think that's one of the big values of buying a pre-built PC.
Don't have to do it. We've seen less market on auto power and firepower. We've seen a lot more market on the work of main gear. So Starforge lands somewhere in the middle of the SI.
Okay, great.
Review.
There it
the
is.
computer itself, you've got all the details. They almost nailed it. I mean, if that peel had been removed,
the screws,
which that just starts to cause process concerns. We're like, okay, what other stuff might they miss? Exactly. They don't have the right process control in place. But with that peel having been removed, it would have been pretty close to a perfect grade from us.
That's
so.
I'm happy.
It's fine. And then.
Oh my god.
Overall, the price is kind of middle.
Yeah.
Higher markup, but it's not terrible out of the other people.
I'm happy.
So for this one, thanks for watching. As always, subscribe more. Go to store.gamersnexus.net, support us directly, and we'll see you all next time.
There it fucking is. God damn. Bro. Oh god. I was so stressed watching that. Oh my god. Like, this was nuts. This room they have here. I'll link you guys the video. Like, obviously, you know, Gamers Nexus, Steve, and all them, like, they're very, very well respected. We take the feedback very seriously, and we really appreciate them, you know, giving it to us as well. Like, this is something that, obviously, for any sort of a PC company, you know, there's a lot of really big companies that pay accounting firms to audit them, so the IRS doesn't have to. And I feel like we kind of just got that for free. And so, really big positive for us, and this is definitely good to know. Should be loose screws? Yeah. And it's good to have a solid review? Yeah, absolutely. The screw guy? No, we'll figure that out. I'm not really sure exactly how we'll address that. You know, I need to fully understand how that situation is arrived at before I can say, like, okay, this is how we should do it, right? But either way, yeah, I'm happy it worked. The BIOS was good. Overall was positive. The guy said he'd get it for somebody, and I think I'm very happy, right? That's it. Check YouTube comments is a really good suggestion. Also, our background, really glad to see our teaching survivors find this avenue under Starforge to keep working on what they're passionate about. Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, a lot of the guys that work at Starforge, right? At least some of the leadership, right? They worked at Artesian beforehand, and so yeah. I mean, I think it was just. We'll do well, no. If you're hearing a lot of lockpicking lawyers say this is a lock I would use, yeah, this is. I'm very happy to see that, man. I really am. Steve, I don't want to become tech support. Exactly. Streamer voice analysis and the sarcasm is top tier. Yeah. Tip for Starforge assembly line: you need an electric screwdriver that torques to 5 millimeters. Once the torque value, then it stops. Yeah, I mean, I will look into that tonight. I don't know if that's the solution, by the way. I don't know. But what I do know is that there should be some sort of resolution, whether that's buying these or not. Because, like, I'm assuming that you'd, if you bought one of these, it is? Yeah, if it is, then that's it, right? Because I bet an electric screwdriver is, what, $80?
What, your lifeline? How did I, what the fuck?
Let's say 10 screwdrivers, let's say 20 screwdrivers, is $1,600. Is $1,600 worth solving this potentially problem? Like, how many returns would we have to have in order for $1,600 be met? it's a very easy decision, right? It's like everybody sees this. And so, yeah, no, this will absolutely be addressed one way or another. Yeah, it's not even a question. I'll link you guys the video again. Yeah, I really appreciate them doing the review, and I'm just so glad that it, you know, there were no like other critical issues or anything like that. It's, you know, always stressful watching something like this because you never know what it's going to be. An orthopedic surgeon, the screw issue happens even in some operations. It's not about the torque of the screwdriver, it's more about manual verification of them after the implant is fixed. That's a good point. You bring up a good point. Now, I bet you're right. That, like, yeah, I bet... So what he's saying... No. What he's saying is that the torque screwdriver will solve, like... Let me... Is this what you're saying? The torque screwdriver will solve 80% of the problem, but the other 20% is going to have to become... This is going to have to come from the actual user and the builder making sure that it happens, right? Like, that's what you're saying, effectively? You still have to check, yes. It's not like, what I'm saying, it's kind of like the AI thing, right? Where you don't use AI and AI just solves the problem. You use things that are informed by AI, right? You use AI to kind of like figure out the majority of it, and then you put the finishing touches on it and make sure that it works. I think it's the same thing with this, like in an abstract. Exactly. Okay. Also, have person do a job and person B double check. Yeah. Random control process can also be QA measured to catch these issues. Yeah, I think that you're right about that too. You absolutely are. But yeah, there it is. Watch the fucking review. Oh my god. Wow. Get guys better screwdrivers? Yep. Definitely.
I'm gonna try to find a place to craft you
what else they do wrong and just return to PCs. I don't worry about that as much as, like, it's exactly what I said, right? If somebody hears rattling in the PC, they're going to assume that something's wrong with it. Because, to be fair, it is. So, if they see that, even if this isn't going to break the PC, it's not going to break the PC. Let's assume that it's just purely cosmetic sound, and they hear it one day, and they never hear it again. This will still cause them to think to themselves, maybe I should send this back to them. And if they do that, the amount of money that costs us, like, throughout the entire process, it's just simply not worth it not to have the quality control. Once you do the math. Once you figure it out. Why box makes sound. Exactly. Yeah, it's like whenever you hear a problem with your car, you don't open up your engine and probably fix it with a lot of you guys. You just take it down to the mechanic. It's doing it. And that's it. When I send it back, they'll probably forget the padding and something breaks. You never know, right? I mean, that's the thing. Something can always happen. Yeah, that's actually a very good point. So you're saying that they could send it back to us, and then they don't package it as the same way that we packaged it, and then it gets damaged on the way back. And then that's a great fucking point. Fucking exactly. There it is. I never even thought of that. Yeah.
Toad said he's gonna give Leslie a gift tomorrow, or the...
What I gotta have you do is just hop off the bridge. You don't have to. And you can fit it in the grass. Dreads.
Got some materials. They spotted me. I'm taking shots. Placing a portal. Portal's ready. Going to phase.
They spotted me. I'm taking shots.
Lee, you got the center line. Don't do the grass. Just south of 10.
I know if we pull together.
Somebody go to Sherwood at 10 by 14.
Contact with hostile.
We're by the apartment complex, just east of Sherwood, coming off the 10.
Shield battery here.
West on center, west on center. You're good, too, sorry. Sherwood, Sherwood.
While they also, when the baby is breastfeeding, the saliva in the baby's mouth gives feedback to the nipple on what nutrients to produce more of what the baby's lacking. That's insane. It's a simulation. It's actually strange.
These setters gonna be interruptible. As the system has posted in the city, the system should send a reboot.
So keep in mind that this were a system running a bunch of these containers, as I was saying before, we're making a single bit of error. And if we roll them one, and now the error within the kernel is something that's not recoverable in machine level, it's not going to be recoverable from the kernel level, you get a reboot.
So that's one focus. Another area that we're deep is a standard in SNIF that was co-authored between VMware, AMD, and to be a standard. So anybody can go into this and AMD could obviously go to work on that standard and help bring it to market in the country. The idea of being able to offload things like memory copies, what we'll definitely start with. So rather than using our cores, we have lots of cores, but some people really want to use those cores for other things besides using them. One thing that I love about this is that data was an attention to talking to our customers and said, what are your pain points? Not only what are your pain points that you have right now, but also say when we come out with one generation to the next generation, we go back and ask them, okay, let's just pick one. We'll talk to the customers that have room. What worked well? What didn't? What would you like to see in there? I'll call out a great customer of mine I consider as Google's kernel developers. We've been working very closely on SEB, SMP. I love them because they're willing to collaborate. They give engineering resources, we give engineering resources, figure out how to work things together. They'll review our patches, they'll come up with patches of their own. I love customers.
Is to use the Linux kernel to do our business over here, and yeah, it would be nice if we added support for DDR5 or AMD's thing or whatever. That's not necessarily the mission of the people that are doing it. Now, AMD is employing more and more people to work on the Linux kernel, and some very famous Linux kernel hackers that I was able to meet during
Gear up fast, we're about to get evil.
It's not like Linux is from some company like Microsoft. You can't call it Microsoft. Hey, I got a scheduler issue. We need to put our heads together and work on the scheduler issue. And it's like, well, actually, wait a minute. It probably works better on the Linux side than the Windows side. That might not be the best example.
So the fun part is, Tom was in my team before I came in.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
At the time, the team was maybe 8 kernel developers total.
Well, that's not going to work if you're going to take over the server universe.
Yes.
Playtime's over. Stand by for deployment to the war zone.
And Nate Wilson was the beginning of that journey, obviously. What's been fun is seeing that
Finish up. We're airborne at 3.
technology.
Here we are. Head shed
But
gave
also
the green
being able to
light.
deploy
We're
to
deploying you to the
customers
front
where
lines.
demand is
You're
being
up.
able to
Grab your
support
shoots.
the market once we get
Rules of
there.
engagement
So
are
that's been a
simple.
lot of fun to do.
Weapons
We're
free on all
to,
threats.
To have subject matter expertise in various areas, the team dedicated to looking at things.
I'll see you on the other side. Battle Royale.
So that's been pretty tremendous to go from a team that was around 8 or 9 engineers, primarily
Keep
just
clear of that
focused
gas.
on making
Get to the
things
safe
work,
zone.
to a team that can look outside and making improvements in things, a bunch of areas that aren't always just hardware specific engineers. Scalability and product issues.
From my perspective, it looks like the work that you've been doing has enabled a lot of providers to move from high-density cruise socket systems to the single socket systems. The total forecast has been changed, but they're spreading their workload across more physical chassis. Sometimes physical chassis are smaller. It's like, oh, we'll put 4 nodes and 2 wheels. But the individual machines end up being single socket, and I think that's in no small part as a result of the work and optimization, and that's what AMD's been doing around the platform. Have you seen the same, or have you noticed any trends like that? Or?
Yeah, I think there's both. Definitely being customer specific and their workload.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
Your squad mate is in the gulag. If they survive, they redeploy.
To be designed.
You got gas moving in.
More things to think about.
Your squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
So, if you can put all of that in one socket, that brings down the cost.
Some of your squad's outside the safe
that
zone.
just becomes more compelling for some of those customers. It's really going to be a customer base. There's other people that
Yeah.
no, I want that full expansion out there.
Well, the software is a lot more complicated.
Squad mate, redeploying to the AO.
You have 2 96 CPUs, it's just into chassis.
SMG here.
Sometimes the customers don't
Squad
even
mate
know
has been cleared for
that's
redeployment.
Flexibility for AMD, and flexibility is, hey, we're
Assault
gonna give you a
rifle
bunch of
marked.
cores and some really high-speed bus stuff, and the bus can be PCI Express, it can be SATA. That's some of the kind of flexibility that's been implemented. in the
SMG
hardware.
here.
So, AMD
SMG
doesn't
here.
assume that they know everything about everything. Instead, they work with customers who are doing business. It's like, hey, our people think you could probably do this, and this would work really well. From what I gather, from the inside, it looks like product stuff.
Yeah, Tom and I have worked with Linux for a long time. We're the old guys in the team. Sorry to drag you into it, Tom.
The gray beard, yeah.
But because of that, I mean, we really do come from a mentality of community and upstream first. Right? It's not our way or no way. And we know that we have to help our customers the best. It means getting our code accepted by the upstream community and interacting and collaborating, not trying to force things, but really just treat that as a collaborative playground. And in some places that means heavily collaborating with competitors. People would think, oh, you guys are enemies out on the man list. And it's like, no,
Let's solve the problem.
Yep.
Well, I've heard about an interesting bug with the C6 resume and something that dated from something that was added to the kernel in the Bulldozer days, coming back to haunt Milan and Genoa. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, that was an interesting one to run into. A workaround for some buggy code. Like you said, 20 years or so ago, and there was an extra read that actually occurred that would work around the issue. With the high core counts that we were getting to, and we probably didn't realize this for many generations. It probably wasn't before Milan and Genoa that we identified as really causing issues on multiple fronts. Multiple people, customers sort of chasing down problems, etc. The problem is pivoting itself in different ways.
An enemy squad's hunting you. Stay sharp.
Read.
Like, oh, it's gonna wake up, I have to read this. It's like, well, no, you don't. On non-broken hardware.
Yeah. And it's like when you get that many cores coming out of sleep, that just added to a major problem. So just seeing that cascade and what little one line of code
loadout drop headed your way.
Problems that we hadn't seen for a couple of years even, was pretty amazing to find.
So the other thing, and if you follow my videos, you know this, but his only way, because 10 years ago,
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Pass through PCIe hardware. And from that, crazy, like Alex Williamson has done a bunch of work on this, like he's really on the kernel side, has done a lot of this. And there is a substantial community of users out there who want to try to segregate what they're doing for gaming.
Be advised, your squad is down. It's up to you now.
Oh, they pass through a GPU. So they'll build a high-end Threadripper system, more epic in some cases, and they'll have their GPU for the host operating system, and then they'll pass through another GPU for the guest operating system. So like Nuvo and DRM and Microsoft's got, doing their thing, and EA's got their thing, it's monitoring my browser tablets, that's a plug-in thing. And so these game companies, they just can't try to find new alright, I'm not gonna play that game. Go do it in the working shit.
Your fight's over, soldier.
That sounds like a fun use case, and it certainly was 10 years ago, but now, like, the Reddit community for...
What's going on, guys? Welcome back to the Triple B News channel. We have an update on Divinity. This is the guy who accidentally exposed his wall hacks whilst playing Modern Warfare 3. This is somebody who as well has earned over $70,000, whether that be through wages or tournaments, as a competitive player, and he claimed himself to be a Battle Royale pro, and rightfully so, due to the fact that he'd actually won 4 LAN events across multiple different FPS games. So for those of you who haven't seen him showing his wall hacks, here's the clip.
Let's go. 78. 78. Oh my fucking god. Can I show titties on stream? 78. Oh my fucking god.
And after that, he actually went ahead and bragged about this, saying that he wasn't too bothered, that he still had a lot of money, and started flashing cash on stream. Here's the clip of that as well.
So, yeah. If everyone's saying, hack for $1, broke bitch. Look. Personally, it doesn't pay. Now, had many ways to come back to this. And this is the route I chose.
Now the reason we're talking about Divinity again today is because he's actually been banned off Twitch. This was the platform where he live streamed to his, I don't know, tens, maybe hundreds of viewers. But now because of that ban, he's actually been able to go over to a different platform, and he's live streaming on Kick.com. So apparently Kick allowed cheaters to be on their platform. Here's proof of him live streaming on Kick.
No. I was no. Yeah, I guess. No. Yep, over the super creatine, they won millions. What the fuck?
Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deployed shortly.
Yeah, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need that money. Look at that little ass tweet. Let's go, here we go. Here we go.
Enemies dropping into the AO.
Taking fire!
I'm gonna win. Oh shit, I just hit my head on a goddamn heartbeat monitor. Fucking bad stuff.
Enemy soldier incoming.
Guy on me, on the right. Where's the field?
So that was a moment of him live streaming over on Kick after being banned on
Prep time's over, now you deploy to the war zone.
So I wonder why he's not playing Call of Duty. I wonder, maybe it's because his account has been banned? Who knows? Hopefully Activision have acted on this and actually banned his account, just like Twitch banned him from streaming on their platform. Although it's only a temporary ban over on Twitch, it's actually great to see them acting against cheaters in Call of Duty. The issue I've got here, with the clip we've just seen of Divinity playing the finals, before that on the right, did he see them.
Lockdown.
But one thing's for sure.
Secure and hold the target areas to win.
For the finals. So maybe he's just decided to go and download the sheets for the finals.
Zones are marked on your attack map.
As they
Get
say,
moving.
once a cheetah,
Enemies are
always
dropping
a
into the
cheetah.
area.
Hopefully
Watch
it's
the
been
skies.
really shown out of the Call of Duty community. Hopefully people start to realize in the finals community that it's a dedicated
Stand by for new zone.
If you did enjoy today's news, guys, smash that thumbs up if you're new to the channel. Subscribe and turn on notifications so you don't miss tomorrow's news. Triple B, over and out.
Chip Wilson, the founder of athleisure brand Lululemon, was
New zones
a
online.
fan of that brand being associated
Squad
with
mates
curvier
redeploying. Well
women,
done.
and he made that abundantly clear in a recent and very lengthy interview with Forbes. Here's what he had to say. When it comes to the modern-day Lululemon playbook, Wilson still has a flurry of grievances. There's his personal, and you guessed it, controversial preferences, like his
Enemy soldier
distaste for
incoming.
Lululemon's whole diversity and inclusion thing.
You got
and
reinforcements
the
inbound.
act, who he claims look unhealthy, sickly, and not inspirational, as he outlined to Forbes. And his direct quote is this: "They're trying to become like the Gap, everything to everybody." And I think the definition
Resurging.
of a brand
Go get your
is that
revenge.
you're not everything to
We are
everybody.
engaging at goal.
You've got to be clear
Down
that
to you,
don't
soldier.
want certain
What
sharp.
is this game? What is this?
Now, he
Be
is
advised,
not
fog
a
is
stranger to
lifting. Visibility
controversy.
is in-
I want to be very clear that he has said all sorts of horrible things in the past. In a 2004 interview, for instance, this was with National Post Business Magazine, he said the following: "The reason the Japanese liked my former skateboard brand, Homeless, is because it had an L in it, and a Japanese marketing firm wouldn't come up with a brand name with an L in it. L is not in their vocabulary. It's a tough pronunciation for them. So I thought next time I have a company, I'll make a name with 3 L's and see if I can get 3 times the money. It's kind of exotic for them. I was playing with L's and I came up with Lululemon." And then he says, "It's funny to watch them try to say it."
Oh, he's such a bad guy.
Okay, but that's not it. In 2013, during an interview with Bloomberg Television, he was asked by a reporter concerning customers' complaints on why there was piling on some of the fabric for Lululemon products, the yoga pants in particular, and here's what he said. Oh my God. "Frankly, some women's bodies just actually don't work for wearing Lululemon pants. It's really about the rubbing through the thighs. How much pressure is there over a period of time? How much they use it?" He does not like curvier women, that's for sure.
Yeah. Okay. So there's 2 different issues here. One is what kind of an ass Chip Wilson is. If you come up with a name, it's funny that Japanese people can't pronounce it.
We're headed to the war zone. Get geared up and stand by.
That's the guy? No. Oh, he's
That's what he has.
Okay, alright.
So, look, now, there's one thing that I'm going to defend, which is the brands are not supposed to be everything to everyone. That is true, okay? So, for example, like, there's high-end brands, everybody knows that, right? And so,
Not for me.
Yeah. First of all, it's not for me.
Enemies
but for some
dropping into
people,
the
it will be.
AO.
And the whole point is, it's so stupidly expensive that other people can't afford it, and that's why it's exclusive.
All stations, we are green to go. Stand by for deployment.
So if you want someone to just or if you want someone to pretend that
We got the green light. We're going to war zone.
Why are you singing to me, bro?
And so we don't.
Because I love you, bro.
I'm gonna have to mute you if you can't just, zip it and communicate like a normal human being in the game. Appreciate it, thanks.
You know what? I'm gonna mute you because you're full of shit.
Team leader.
Oh wow, such harsh language.
Of course not, right? That's like, but hey, if you want to wear it, bless
Be
your heart.
advised, gas is closing in. Proceed to the safe zone. Be advised, gas drop is inbound.
Assalamu alaikum.
Say it than the way he's saying it. Of course, he's being so purposely offensive that it made me think that he might.
Praise be to Allah.
Like, why is he, I'm serious, why is he bothering
Glory to God.
I don't know. I really don't know why he says things the way he says it. But going back to what you were saying earlier about brands not being everything to everyone, there is a point to be made there.
And also with you.
Look, it's one thing if you launch a brand and part of your brand is being inclusive. You're trying to appeal to women of all different shapes and sizes. It's another thing, though, when you have a particular brand, and I do think that he's right in that in the earlier years, Lululemon was directly marketed toward, honestly, it was people who did yoga.
Move it.
Slender women who did yoga and wanted to live in yoga pants. And then when you do a pivot to something that's more inclusive, it could actually work out really well in some cases.
Get your squad to the safe zone. No one gets left behind. Your squad mate was sent to the gulag. They'll fight for a chance to redeploy.
But sometimes it doesn't work. I don't know if it's had a detrimental impact on Lululemon, but it did have a negative impact on Victoria's Secret, for example. So Victoria's Secret had basically an all-inclusive campaign, and it included women of all different shapes, sizes.
The white pussy ass, the pink asshole is here.
I want to show you an example of it, and then we'll talk about what happened afterwards. Let's watch.
Crash ass, motherfucker. Crappy, and he go and fuck his poppy. Surrounding you, so
is that the best you can come up with? Then you bail, because you're a bitch. You're gonna bail.
You fucking white? What?
I'm not any color.
Okay.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
Ass,
You try to define.
Wash your ass, motherfucker.
I don't need to wash my ass. I have a bidet. What the fuck are you talking about, you weirdo? Go wash your feet. Go wash your feet before you pray.
Wash motherfucker ass, motherfucker. You wash.
Their advertisements changed considerably, right? They included women of different shapes and sizes, and they scrapped their annual Victoria's Secret fashion show because that fashion show was associated with, the typical very thin models. Well, they ended up losing a lot of money, and then they scrapped the campaign. So, according to so Kathleen Chen reported that the brand's efforts to promote inclusivity, which included making LGBTQ pro-women's soccer player and outspoken leftist Megan McKinney, as well as transgender woman brand spokesmodels, and getting rid of its famous Angels supermodels, gained favorable reviews from online critics, but never translated into sales. According to the numbers, the lingerie brand's projected revenue for 2023 is $6.2 billion, which sounds like a lot, but it's actually 5% lower than it was last year, and even lower than 2020 when the brand's revenue was $7.5 billion. Chen noted that the lingerie company's attempt to stop the financial drain body-positive marketing was causing was to bring back its runway show format and blend the sexiness the brand had become famous for with some of its more inclusive initiatives.
Yeah, guys, I think that I was wrong about this one. So you have to be open to facts and then adjust accordingly, and not do it based on political ideology or your feelings, etc. So I remember looking at the super skinny models and saying many times on the show, I don't get it. They don't look like a normal human being. And I don't know why that's attractive. I've never found it to be particularly attractive to have someone be like 8 feet tall and 100 pounds, right? But apparently there was a reason why it worked. And then there was a reason why that they went in that direction for a long time. So we all have different things that we find attractive, right? And everybody's different. But as a general thing, using attractive people to model clothes, apparently not rocket science. Right? And so they did try to make people look more real, like they are in the real world. And it didn't work. And it's not just this, guys. I read other stories and other articles about other brands that tried it.
Right.
And they're all going back to the box. Now, that doesn't mean that they have to be 100 pounds and 8 feet tall, right? But people generally want to see the more mainstream view of attractive. And even if it hurts our feelings, that appears to be a reality.
Well, okay, but also let me just be clear about something else. Once you have an established brand, it's very difficult to make a pivot.
Oh,
And
yeah,
that's
that's exactly right.
because there are companies that specifically market to, full-figured women, and they do really well. But that is what their established brand was from the jump. You get what I'm saying?
Oh, 100%.
Yeah.
And so, look, I need clothes that are a little bit larger. So I need a market too. We're going to buy clothes. But I get it. If they put a guy that's, chubby on the
Check your weapons, check your gear. We're holding for deployment.
We don't want it. You want the good guys, super villain you guys, so you pretend in your subconscious that you're going to look like him when you're checking that shit. So
Enemy soldier incoming.
On purpose, for no reason. He's doing it for either to get but he loves to insult people, and that's also not fair.
No.
Thanks for watching. If you become a member, you can watch all this ad-free.
All stations, green light. We are deploying to the war zone.
As soon as
I want that bird ready in
Epstein
3 mics.
was
Delay
shown
those
to be
coordinates.
what he was,
There
I
we
ended
are.
my personal association
Head
with
shit
him
gave the
completely,
green light.
but I
We're deploying you
maintained
to
a
the front
legal
lines.
relationship with
You're
my
up.
representative.
Grab your
Some of
shoes.
the worst people in the world have
Enemy
continued to do
activity
so.
will be high.
That's my
Make
life.
contact
Yeah, of course
early and
I
often.
represent.
Lawyer Alan Dershowitz was featured prominently
Let's get this done.
against Jeffrey Epstein, which, quite frankly, is unsurprising.
All right,
considering the
soldier,
fact
mark a
that,
drop point for your squad and go get
Dershowitz
after it.
was his defense attorney, represented him in court. He went on Fox
got
News
gas
just
closing in
last night to
fast.
react
Unhouse
to these
yourself to the
documents
safe
being
zone.
released and made,
Stronghold located. Targets are marked on your TAC map.
in his decision to associate himself with Jeffrey Epstein and represent him in court. So let's take a look.
The one point I do want to make is that I understand all the feminist groups and the radicals who think this is the worst thing in the world, that anybody ever had any contact with Jeffrey Epstein. Where are all those radical feminists when it comes to the Hamas rapes of young Jewish girls, sexual abuse, beheadings? They are quiet. They are silent. The incredible hypocrisy of Me Too. Me Too, except if you're a Jew. And I have a list of all the radical feminists who are pushing hard, and I understand that, to get all these
Your squad mate has entered the gulag. They'll need to survive to redeploy.
condemn Hamas for the rapes that we now know occurred.
Gas is moving.
How many have been silent, and how many of the national lawyers bill have actually approved of what Hamas did? So let's put this in context.
Head to the safe zone.
All right, well, nice pivot. The lawyer was previously accused in a lawsuit of being a participant in sex trafficking connected to Epstein before his accuser retracted the claim and said that she may have mistaken him for
Squad
someone
mate failed
else.
their mission. They're headed back to base.
That was a weird pivot.
Yeah.
Your squad mate
So
is in
he
the
has all these
gulag.
classics
If they
excuses.
survive,
He
they
said
redeploy.
about the massages that he had. I'll go to practice it. My wife had a massage. I had a massage. They were therapeutic massages, non-massage, right? And he went on to say, I kept my shorts on. Yes. If you say something. He had another funny excuse when he was asked many years ago about Epstein and knowing him and getting the massages with shorts. It's going to be a new category. And he says, in those days, we didn't know Trump and he didn't know Epstein. You were nobody. Oh, okay. Hey, you know Epstein. You were somebody out there. I'm sorry, it's not anti-Semitic to criticize Epstein, Dershowitz.
But Jake, well, what about Hamas?
But what about Hamas? You know what? I'm going to do that every time now. When a cop pulls me over for speeding, what about Hamas? Okay. I overate the other day. What about Hamas? Okay.
You didn't take out the garbage like your wife asked you to? What about Hamas?
Hamas never takes out the garbage. Okay. So, yeah, I know. He's a one-trick pony. Whenever he gets in trouble, he goes, okay. Alan, we all see you. You're a pervert. You're disgusting. And you love to defend the worst people on earth. But you're not a public defender, Alan. Okay, you always make it seem like you're some sort of angel. Nobody else. The court didn't appoint you. You did it for money and fame. The bonus is a lot of money.
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
You are criticizing me for defending killers, murderers, thugs, etc. And she said, well, get the F out of here, man. No one believes a word you're saying. That's why you're now representing Israel in the world court. You represent some of the worst people on earth. So it's not surprising that you're now representing Netanyahu. And later you're saying, well, I mean, if you didn't for Netanyahu, you were nobody.
Then I prefer being nobody.
Yeah.
Yeah. Man, that guy's got issues.
He's got a lot of issues. But always keeps his shorts on.
Okay.
Hey, thanks for watching. We really appreciate it, guys. And we appreciate it if you become members because that allows us to be independent, honest, progressive, all the things that you don't get from corporate media. All that is
Gave it a solid try. Time to head back to base. Failure ain't fatal. It's just an opportunity to do better.
You could build it.
Gas is moving in. New safe zone located.
Use your virtual location, which is the same, but you can safer online with access to features like threat protection, real shopping content,
Play the video. Oh, hi. Well, Secret Santa this year. I got Max. Now, Max, he's one of the camera content people here at Offline TV, and on the side, he actually helped me a little bit with ESG stuff. So I'm really excited. This is perfect because I don't know too much about Max. But we are going on a TFT Vegas trip, and I would have the opportunity to kind of observe him and try and figure out what he likes. My first strategy was to DM one of his friends, Bjergsen, and I'll be honest, he gave me nothing at all. So this weekend, I'm gonna spend some time observing him out in the wild and see what he likes. I observed Max closely. Due to my busy schedule, I didn't really have a chance to talk to him directly. So instead, I reported him at dinner times to see what he enjoyed. He seems to enjoy Taco Bell a lot, as well as drinking occasionally. When I told him we were going to the Taco Bell cantina for dinner, his eyes lit up. I noted down that Max is a big fan of Taco Bell. But after a while, I decided just to straight up ask him what he wanted for Christmas. Hi Max, do you remember the answer you gave me? So I got Max a very fancy metal detector. Fuck! So he once streamed himself going metal detecting and he wasn't able to find anything. What do you like to do in your free time?
I like to go metal detecting. Treasure. Search for the One Piece.
Do you use like a fancy metal detector?
No, $40 on Amazon.
Is that good enough? Don't you need a super fancy metal detector to detect all the metal?
Well, last time I went to the beach for 3 hours with the goal of finding a coin, and I found 0 coins.
Maybe it's a metal detector.
I think it's the metal detector, yeah.
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming soon. Enemies dropping into the AO.
I'm wrong. Better hope. Thank you.
All stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been authorized. Enemy soldier incoming.
I want that bird ready in 3 mics.
There are things definitely that are nice.
And go here.
Really nice.
The bird came down. We are green light. Gear up, grab your chutes. We're going to the war zone. Rules of engagement are simple. Weapons free on all threats.
This is so cute. Oh, now it's best.
Let's get this done. Mark a drop point for your squad and lead them in. Gas is closing on your position. Suggest you hightail it out of there. Marking contract.
Stronghold. We might have some resistance.
Your objective's simple. Eliminate all bounty targets. All bounty targets destroyed. Hell of a job.
Mark the target movement.
Gas is closing in.
Talking to who never spent money on RP. Nope, that's not.
All right, your squad's in the safe zone.
Wrapping paper?
Oh.
Oh. I'm getting it. Man, just like excited. Why is it? Do you think it's for you too? That's a great gift. With this baby, we can do anyway. I just wanted to say thank you so much for all literally that you do. We are so freaking lucky to have you, and you're always for the people and for us and for the staff. I appreciate you a lot. Everyone appreciates you a lot. So hope you enjoy, and then if there's anything that you need in return, let me know, or like whatever. But
Moving here.
Oh. Yeah. I just want to say, I've been trying to like stay calm, but Amanda keeps crying over there.
Zipped over. Zipped over.
Maybe.
Enemy movement.
So I got Mr. James for my Secret Santa, and James is like, he does everything from what I see. He doesn't have like one job. He's just there and does like literally everything, and you know I love that for him. As a Korean, you know what would like, and I was thinking maybe I could get him some skincare or something like that, but you know maybe he has enough skincare. I associate him with being really, really good at karaoke. So it would be really cool if he got something that would, you know, help him do karaoke everywhere he went, right? I drew him once and he was really happy with that. So maybe I was thinking I could do something art related. Something like that, right? Yeah, so something with karaoke and something with drawing. You know, drawing?
Calm the fuck on. That is bogus.
Pretty done. I can't let this. The course is helping me. This is my gift.
Your squad mate was sent to the gulag. Don't fight for a chance to redeploy.
You know?
You got a loadout drop inbound.
On the bridge, headed towards me. Really surprised. That is really heavy. Toast, you need help?
No. Gas is inbound, marking a new safe zone. Squad mate has been cleared for redeployment.
Behind you. Over here.
Mark the target.
On the karaoke machine.
Above me, bro. He's almost dead.
I'm sorry. I just wanted it a little bit more personal.
I tried to cover you.
Over here, right behind.
I got his bitch ass.
Do not die here.
You still had shields or something. I just broke shields. Well, he killed me.
Did all the singing James and he telegraphed it.
Really?
Actually, I think you handed to Broden.
Wait, plot twist! I didn't see this whole thing.
Bought himself a game.
Going on, Blue? Everything good?
Yeah, come back down here. All their loot's down here. I don't know what they have.
I have no idea.
Load up down here too.
Wars for the Warriors. And your RTB.
Our fire station, Bo.
Because Broden was helping play Double Agent, the numbers worked out. But Broden is part of that. So... Okay, so... Broden's not here anymore. Now, I'm listening
Mark
to
one, I'll go for it.
That, but
My station, right here.
To get for him. Well, luckily, we do have an OTV alumni that no one would be expecting at the shoot to come in.
Took a round!
Whoa.
Initially, I was gonna get him a car.
Always watch out for C4.
But I felt like he deserved a new car. And so I coordinating with him.
I'm dead. My game's
And
fucked up.
Toast yelled at me. No, he told me that the budget is 1K. So the car's kind of out of picture, but it's all good. I'm gonna go
Right
find
here.
him something.
Fading here.
Gotcha.
Alright, let's go. Okay, so initially I was thinking like speakers or headphones because he makes music. But he probably has speakers and good headphones.
I saw the light there.
Like, there's clothes and
Yeah.
stuff and art.
Taking effective
Other
fire!
music
Sniper.
things, but I feel like those
Enemy
are also
movement in the
peaceful
AO.
mind. You know?
Mark
I'm
if you
so
can.
excited.
I did.
This is insane.
Enemy movement, moving.
Well, it's not this one.
Roger that. Enemy movement in the AO.
Too many twists!
Oh my god!
Oh my god! What? What is
Alright, where's that buy at? Oh, I'm dead.
Going for it. You got somebody right on you.
Something recorded in slow-mo, action movie or something. But
You got gas inbound. Safe zone relocated.
the Ryko GR-IIX. It's the most compact
Gas
camera,
drop is en route.
quality and time lapse, and apparently it's a camera. Pretty sure it's really popular right now because I got the last one. I really hope Broden will like it.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. Keep the party going. Amanda, you're next.
Gas is inbound. Be advised, you still have squad mates outside the safe zone.
Enemy transport bird marked.
From me to you. Now, Amanda, you're probably thinking, wow, what did Johnny possibly give me for Christmas? And, well, I just was like, what do I see when I think of Amanda? And I think of somebody with a big, fuzzy bucket hat. I think of somebody just vibrating with energy. And somebody's like high on life. So, go ahead and open your gift.
Pretty serious.
Your squad mate lost the fight. They're RTB at this time.
Oh, here, people out here. Yeah, right here. Oh, right here. Oh, shit.
I'll be laid out.
Wrong guy, bro. Not me.
That's great.
Enemy movement. Moving here.
Got his ass.
Gas is closing in. Get to the new safe zone.
Money real quick, I'll buy a load up.
One by one. I was like, don't worry.
Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now.
I'm playing as a team.
One piece. We got one piece. Hey, can you close your eyes for a second? Don't remember who that's for. It's really cute. Oh, I love that.
That is a dad gift. I did absolutely farm your reaction for content.
You got gas moving in.
And then your real gift is, well, things that I hope.
Get your squad to the safe zone. No one gets left behind.
That is a dad gift. I did absolutely farm your reaction for content.
It's not like John Bravo.
And then your real gift is, well, things that I hope that you will love, that make me really do think about you. When I think about you, I think of One Piece and
way.
Blue Jeans and
Dude, you
cute
know I
little,
just
like,
fucked you
arts
up.
and crafts
You know that's
and
dumb.
spending, like, wanting to
You know
get
that's
together, and maybe a little stress out because OTV is a lot. So,
You're all in for that.
exactly what
Get
I'm
it
into.
done.
Amanda, thank you for all that you do for OTV, and Merry Christmas from me,
Yeah. Very smart. I'm gonna guess. Wow.
It's showtime.
Yeah.
I have the title of unofficial best gift giver. I claimed the title and I gave it to myself. Even though it may not be true, I'm delusional.
That's COVID is shredding his brain.
We give back to our staff. Really, they do a lot for us, and I fucking love them, man. We wouldn't be here without them. I got Noir. People don't know Noir has been editing for us for years. Man, this guy has been here through the thick and thin. He's our biggest fucking fan, man. I swear to God, he's at the very least, he's always in my chat. He's always keeping up to date with us, and I love that about it. So I really want to get him a great gift. I don't know exactly where to start. I have an idea where to start, actually. If there's anything you gotta know, finding out what people like. As the #1 gift giver is really easy. You have to stock them. This is Dunois, otherwise known as Dun. Wow. All I do is I go to their likes, and I'm like, okay, what does this guy like?
Gas is closing in. Relocating the safe zone.
Absolutely. That's Lily and me. That's
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Who's
Watch
me?
the skies. We lost that one, but we'll get those some bitches next time.
TV. And when you look at the credits of this, Editor Dunois, this will be important.
Yeah. Both parts of the video yet?
Jessica.
He doesn't know what he's gotten yet.
My bad. I don't know if the kid is completely ready yet. I will get it to you like right after this. I actually think for the last couple of days I am too sick to actually finish it.
I made a playlist of every single video Dunois has ever edited for us. He has edited 97 videos for Offline TV. I think his first video was 4 or 5 years ago. And now I'm gonna do something crazy. I've done it. I've been individually gone through and found a website to get the max resolution of every thumbnail of every video Dunois has ever worked on in the last 4 years. Then, after that, I compiled all of the thumbnail pictures into one, and I want to try to make a 3-foot image mosaic with the pictures. And I want the collage to be on what I'm gonna go ahead and whole life. Just a random guess. Oh my god. But scrolling out, it still gives a definitive look of the VTuber I'm sure he must love. First fan, but thank you for everything you've done for us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nino.
Hello, everyone. Okay. Can I just say that this is like the most surreal thing? Okay, it was really stressful, and then the moment Pokey walked through the door, it became extremely surreal. Yeah. And it stopped thinking if I knew anything. I don't know, Sean, present? Play the video! I'll play the video.
Merry Christmas, Pookie Bear. My Secret Santa for this year is gonna be Noah, our OTV producer. And I have a special bundle for you. I'm gonna craft a, let's call it the bucket list for Noah by John Mayonnaise Cable. Any iOS Apple users that know how to fix this camera, makes a weird buzzing sound when I only use the front camera. Maybe ignore it. All right, let's get to the store. My car battery's dead. Are you fucking kidding me? Well, car battery's dead. Let's go with it.
Hear me out. Yeah. You're gonna have to open the box. We have to look away, and I want you to reach in and pull something out every time. Yeah, perfect. Yep, that's one.
Then monkey slack line. It's a thingy, like you put it between the two trees and you stand on it. You can like jump.
Oh.
I'm so scared to ask for that.
It's a great bucket list. I already know so many people.
Extra large shirt. Web shooter.
Yeah.
4 feet real rope that shoot real web. America's LED lights. Oh wait, is this the thing that you like?
Oh yeah.
Is
The floating
TikTok floating? How do you use this? Spira 2. What is this?
It's the world's most powerful water gun.
What are you talking about? No way! God! You were just looking at this?
Wait, really?
For
Whoa!
I can't tell you yet.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how to wrap this one. A little birdie told me.
Wow.
Can you work with eggs?
Yes. There's like it's the surf. The surf. It's a
Yeah.
Wait, Jason, you know this?
The surf skate, it makes it so that you can like put cars and people and it's live, so you can do the dig
And there it is. The Masayoshi bucket list made for Noah. Happy holidays, Noah. It's always a pleasure working with you, and I hope he's very, merry, 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 merry.
Are there any other surprises that people have planned?
Yeah, honestly, yeah.
All right, last person. I got you. It's funny.
Okay.
Thank you guys so much for watching OTV Secret Santa. We hope you enjoyed. Thank you again to our lovely staff for all the hard work they put in, all the time that you guys don't always see, but that we all appreciate so much. Spread love, not hate. Really told me to say that. And we'll see you in the next one. Bye.
Happy holiday. Happy holiday.
New intro, and there's new tech coming. I mean, there's always new tech coming, but what better time to lay it all out than the beginning of the year for some of the best stuff we're expecting for 2024. Now, there's plenty of great tech in 2023, from smartphones to cameras to VR stuff to computers and headphones, a bunch of good EVs and a bunch of even better EV promises. But 2024 is looking up, so these are, to me, the most interesting new bits of tech stuff that we can look forward to for this upcoming year. Actually, right at the beginning of every year is CES in January, where it's out in Las Vegas. This year, again, I will not be there in person, but I will have my eyes on it, and I will be seeing if there's anything interesting that sort of bubbles up above the rest of the noise. I can always count on you guys to send me that stuff on Twitter if you see anything. But then also, typically kicking off every year with a bang is a January Samsung event, so we're expecting S24 reveal stuff pretty soon. Also, based on the leaks, it looks like S24 family is going to look very similar to S23. So it'll be curious to see what stuff they actually do change, but that's another January thing. We're about to get that soon. But the big headliner that appears to be right around the corner, it feels like, is Apple Vision Pro. This feels like maybe the most unprecedented Apple launch in a long time, certainly in my career online, just because, you know, love them or hate them, Apple is one of the biggest tech companies in the world, and them doing such a weird launch like this is pretty fascinating. So they've shown it on stage. They did that announcement video, and they announced it months ahead of time, but they have not shown a single Apple employee or executive wearing it even once. And they've let people actually test this thing out, including myself many times, but nobody has been allowed to film themselves using it at all. And just in general, there's still a lot of unanswered questions about how it's going to work, what it's going to be really good at, what you're going to want to use it for. Are you going to have to go into an Apple store to get custom fit to actually be able to buy one of these things? It's just shaping up to be one of the most interesting new products in a long time. Now, it's super expensive. Like, we all know that, $3,500. So it's for sure not for everyone. Most people I know don't even plan on getting one, but it is for those early adopters who are curious about the VR stuff. And those who do, I already know, will be very impressed by the pass-through, which is incredible, by the immersion and the resolution, which is really good, by the eye tracking, which is borderline magical. But it feels like it's going to be hard to review because it doesn't really compete against any of the other VR headsets. Like, it is much more expensive than any of the others, so it doesn't compete against them. But then also it feels like, okay, that means it has no competition, which is kind of weird too. It's fascinating. I will say, if you want to go back and watch my initial impressions after I first tried Apple Vision Pro the day it got announced, I will link that video below. That's one thing, I think this headset is going to be technically impressive to the people that try it. But the other half of the story that's completely unwritten is what apps are going to come out for it? What are the killer features and the use cases going to turn out to be that it turns out Apple Vision Pro is really good at? I had this vision of like wearing it on the airplane and watching a movie wearing the headset for a 4-hour flight, but it's also so heavy that I don't know if I'd want to wear it for that long. And will the battery actually last that long? There's so many questions, not a lot of answers yet, so looking forward to that for this year. But you know what I have almost no doubt about? I'm calling it now. Remember the word multimodal. Just for 2024, this is going to be the year of multimodal AI. See, we've seen so much of the focus on AI for these past couple of years, or the past 2 years or so. It feels like a long time, but it's mainly just been these chatbots, right? Where they're trained on all this information, and then you give it a text prompt, and it gives you a text answer. So it can generate, some new interesting prompts, or it can summarize something for you, or it can sort of spit out something creative, but it's text in, text out. But we are right now at the beginning of starting to see what's called multimodal AI, which all it really means is it's more than one different type of medium input into this AI system. So it'll be able to understand text or audio or images or video and be able to work with that and still give you an output. So Google got in trouble a couple of days ago because they faked a video, and it's still on their YouTube channel. It's a 6-minute video of them asking their new multimodal Gemini Ultra AI model a bunch of different questions in a row about stuff it sees being put on a table, drawings, this guy puts objects in the frame, etc. And it's very conversational about all this stuff.
The cup to the left.
Nice.
So that was fake, or at least heavily edited, but I honestly didn't really care. The idea to me of it actually being that advanced, it never crossed my mind that could be actually real time. But the idea of being able to feed your virtual assistant anything, that to me is the leveling up of this AI that we've been hoping for. Just being able to give it whatever's in front of you, just be able to show it something, or type out text, or read it something, or whatever, and all of that still works. I'm excited for eventually having a multimodal Google Assistant whenever that happens. I also even did a short recently about the Meta AI smart glasses. They have a camera on the front, but they also have an AI model in the glasses themselves in the computer, and that AI model is now, with an early access program, multimodal, and so you can look at stuff with the glasses and it'll be able to help you with it. Look, all I'm saying is multimodal AI. Just remember that word for now. And that's not even counting all the rest of the stuff AI is genuinely useful for. That's not even consumer facing, from finding patterns and immense amounts of data to be able to better predict and control wildfires, or to be able to invent new materials or cure diseases. What a world we live in.
We truly live in an age of wonders.
Now, new hardware is always fun, right? New phones, new tablets, new computers, all that stuff. You want to know something interesting, though, about last year? Not a single new iPad was released in 2023. Makes you think. Now, the thing about the iPad is Apple does tend to make a couple occasional, amazing hardware changes to the iPad Pro. I think the iPad Pro is genuinely one of the most impressive pieces of hardware tech that I've ever used. And then they do that every year or two, but then at the end of the day, you use it and it's still an iPad. So I say this with some hesitation, but I am actually really looking forward to seeing the rumored new OLED iPad Pro in 2024. That's something we've heard that we might get for a while. We already have an OLED S8 Ultra. That tablet is amazing looking, and I want to see a super bright OLED display on an iPad. We'll see if that shows up soon. But one more interesting design change we're actually expecting with Apple is actually the Watch 10, the Series 10, 10th generation Apple Watch. All signs are pointing towards a truly redesigned Apple Watch for the first time really ever in this year's Apple Watch 10. Now, I mean, let's be real. Apple Watch has looked kind of the same for a long time. Yes, the Ultra is a little different. It's a little bigger, a little flatter on the front. But the Series 9 looks just like a Series 8, which looks just like a Series 7, Series 6, Series 5. So they're all the same shape, other than basically the bezel getting a little bit thinner. Now, change for the sake of change isn't really useful on its face, but I just think the Apple Watch feels like it actually could use a fresh coat of paint, just a little design, a little refresh to get up to date with the Galaxy Watches of the world, nice circles. I think it would look nice. Also, have you heard that the Apple Watch is dangerously close to being banned in the US, which is a whole separate story, maybe worth a whole separate video? We'll stay tuned on that. Oh, and RCS on the iPhone. I'm excited for RCS to finally come to the iPhone sometime in 2024. They haven't said when, but Apple's committed to it. I usually don't root for tech to die, but I do think it's time to be done with SMS forever. So welcome on board. Now, this one's more general, but I am actually hoping this year for some actually interesting smartphones. I'll put it that way, because obviously this is probably a little bit of a crazy ask, because smartphones are clearly mature and they all are kind of looking the same and they improve a little bit every year. Even the folding ones now are kind of looking the same as they did the year before. But I think this is a good ripe time for a new, maybe mid-range. It's not going to be the flagship, the big hitters, but maybe a mid-range smartphone to really try something crazy new. It might be a crazy risky thing. Might not happen, but I'm hoping that we do get to see something like that in 2024. And then also, I've said this before, but every single year for the next probably 15 years is going to be the most interesting year for electric cars yet. And I don't think 2024 is any exception to that rule. And we've got a bunch of really solid EVs already out there in the world, right? The most popular new car in the world is an EV. And there's already some really good ones in North America. Also, the NACS port has very quickly gotten a ton of commitments from pretty much everyone making electric cars. So basically, Tesla Superchargers will be available to way more electric cars. Great. Now, this year coming up, we already have a Tesla Cybertruck starting to hit the streets. That's pretty crazy. We are also definitely expecting a Model 3 and Model Y refresh very soon, imminently. I mean, the Model 3 refresh is already out there. It's shipping in Europe and Asia, and I think it'll be in the US pretty soon. I would stay tuned to the Autofocus channel for a look at those. We also just got a crazy Porsche Taycan refresh, drop a crazy Nürburgring lap time, so that looks to be a competitor to the Model S Plaid at the very high end. But also there should be way more, hopefully more affordable EVs coming out over the next couple of years. So all of this, plus some hybrids that are somewhere in between for people not ready to go fully electric, that should all be the most interesting year yet for autofocus stuff, so I'm excited for that. And then, of course, there's lots of other tech that I am hoping to see take strides forward this year. But I wanted to cap this off with some of the videos that I'm most looking forward to here this year. So last year, there were 70 plus new videos on this channel, which were super fun. And I have this like threshold for what I consider like a certified banger. Like when people approached me in real life mentioning one of these videos, there were a couple that really bubbled to the top, and those were the Tesla Solar Roof video, the Tesla Cybertruck, actually, Apple Vision Pro for sure, and the Formula One Explained video. Those all popped off. I really enjoyed the Formula One Explained video, though, because obviously that sport is incredibly high tech, but I also think, low-key, there's a lot of other tech in a lot of other sports that's worth highlighting that I think would be super fun to make videos about. Now, some of it is in the sport itself. Some of it is in the training for the sport, you might be surprised by. Some of it is in the broadcasts, like you already know about those highlight moments. Tennis match, you see the ball, the slow-mo camera, and it hits just like on the line, and you get that replay instantly. The line of scrimmage in football, the pitch count and the strike zone in baseball, there's tons of stuff like that. My point is, I'm probably making sports tech videos in 2024 because I've had a lot of fun with those, and I happen to be very interested in that. But then I also want to do more collaborations in general. I've had a lot of fun with the Waveform podcast, which if you haven't already subscribed there, link below, get subscribed. But we have guests on there all the time, which are really fun, and it highlights how much you can learn from having conversations with people. I think my creator conversations are some of my favorites, but also just in general, collaborations with people on YouTube. So if y'all have suggestions for people, for channels you'd like to see us collaborate with, definitely comment below, because that's on the high list for me. And then there's a few top secret projects we've been working on over here for a while that are finally going to launch in 2024. You'll know them when you see them. There'll be huge announcements. Stay tuned here on Twitter and everywhere else for that stuff. I've included Easter eggs to the two biggest ones in this video. They're subtle, but once they're announced, you'll know. So yeah, look forward to all that stuff for the new calendar year. I'm going to wrap it up here. Thanks for watching. See you in 2024. Like, starting now. Peace.
This is going to change gaming graphics cards forever. We're getting hints of AMD's upcoming new APUs, and it's absurd how good they are. The Ryzen 5 8600G has 6 Zen 4 CPU cores and 8 RDNA 3 GPU cores, and benchmarks show it's incredibly powerful for a single chip that doesn't require a dedicated GPU. It's shown to outperform a desktop GTX 1060, one of the most popular cards ever released. But the best news is that this isn't the end of it. This is just the mid-tier. We're still waiting to see performance numbers come out from the Ryzen 7 8700G that's supposed to be even faster. We could see that chip perform up to 50% faster and seriously match the average person's gaming PC. Advancements like these have meant that GPU companies like Nvidia have drastically scaled down how much they try to make affordable low-end graphics cards. As they continue to get more powerful, it's easy to see how.
Hey everybody, it's Lon Seidman. Another year is done. It's kind of crazy how fast time goes by, and I thought I would do an update about how 2023 went, what I'm planning for 2024, and of course we're going to talk about the upcoming CES show. Let's get to it. So before we look forward, let's take a look back at 2023. I was pleased actually with how things turned out here for the channel. I got just over 8 million views this year, and I picked up over 21,000 subscribers. In fact, I just passed the 350,000 subscriber mark, which was great. And one of the things that I've noticed over the last 10 years or so I've been doing this YouTube thing is that my growth is always very slow and steady. Nothing I do ever goes viral. Things just kind of go on a very even slope upward, just not very fast. But that's actually a good thing because it is a little more predictable, and I can often see things shifting in the environment because of that steadiness. Now, my overall views are down versus where they were in prior years. The pandemic really changed a lot, and I think it changed two things significantly. One, of course, is the market in which I operate in here, which is consumer electronics. What people needed before and during the pandemic, insofar as computers and gadgets and everything, is very different than it is post-pandemic. I think most of the economy bought what they needed, and you're seeing this across the industry where PC sales are down, tablet sales are down. Phones are probably still doing okay because people do replace their phones more frequently, but a lot of the other stuff has kind of leveled off and declined a bit given that surge they had during the pandemic. Another thing that's changed quite a bit is how YouTube recommends content. I think they shifted their strategy insofar as how their algorithm works to behave more like TikTok and looking to grab people's attention in different ways, and that diminished the value of subscribers insofar as how that recommendation engine works. And I've seen this on the back end where most of my videos are not recommended to the people who subscribe to me. And it's unfortunate that YouTube has devalued the subscription button as much as they have, but that's the reality now. So this video, if you're watching it, is likely because you're somebody who watches a lot of my content, but the rest of the subscription base, probably 80% of it, will never even know that this video even existed. And the changes in the algorithm and the economy were reflected in my top 10 videos of 2023. All 10 of these were made in 2023. In past years, I noticed that about half the videos were made in that year, and then the other half were made in prior years. But here, as you can see, all of the videos were mostly current, and most of them were centered on a topic of some kind, as opposed to being a policy video. Number one on the list is my video about how we're going to opt out, which I did, of the Facebook class action privacy settlement. That one topped the list. That one topped the list likely because people who use Facebook got notified about this settlement. They probably went searching for information about it, and they found my video. Number two was my mom's adventure in getting ripped off by the cable company. Number three was a product review, but it was for a Google TV device, which is that Walmart On box. And you can also see number five was the Fire TV stick, also used for cord cutting. And as you'll see in a minute, cord cutting is probably the most active consumer electronics topic right now on YouTube and likely in the industry, which is why I think those two products did so well insofar as view counts are concerned. Number four actually surprised me also because this was about PeerTube, the open source YouTube alternative. And oddly, I think the YouTube algorithm has a whole group of people that love consuming content that's critical of YouTube. And this one certainly was of interest to that community. So I think there's something to be said about there's no such thing as bad publicity. Number six was a really fun video that we did touring a fiber optic ISP. That could be arguably on the cord cutting topic also. We did have another video criticizing YouTube, number 7 there, that made the top 10 list about their invalid traffic notifications that are pulling money out of creators' pockets. There's another round of this happening right now, which we might do a follow-up on in a few weeks. We'll see. Number 8 was a fun one. It was a smartphone, but it was a smartphone that can double as an amateur radio. And so the uniqueness of that product, I think, attracted smartphone viewers. Unfortunately, a few other Unihertz phones that I looked at in the same time period didn't do as well, even though they were equally unique. Number 9 was my review of YouTube TV, another cord-cutting topic. And number 10 was my review of Tableau TV. And the Tableau device is something that you connect to an over-the-air television antenna to bring TV signals into your home, and then you can play back content on Roku's and Apple TVs and Google TVs and all of that stuff. Again, another cord-cutting topic. And comparatively, if you look at what 2020 looked like, almost all of my videos in the top 10 were product reviews. So things have changed significantly. Now, another thing I did is I went through all of the videos that I uploaded this year. I think I uploaded about 195 in total. 117 of those were product reviews. A few of those were live streams that I later published. And I got an average of about 18,592 views per video. But check this out. My analysis of topics in the tech world actually did much better. So although I only had 29 videos, those videos averaged about 36,000 views apiece. And the revenue, insofar as Google AdSense is concerned, is about the same between the two, which is why I'm going to be focusing a little bit more, I think, on these topics as they pop up, because they do tend to do better than product reviews do, at least out of the gate. However, over the long term, the product reviews do better, and there are other revenue opportunities as well. And I'll show you my breakdown of revenue in a minute. And then the cord cutting topic, I only did about 9 videos on that topic that includes some of those product reviews. And those averaged about 53,000 views apiece. So there's a real hunger out there for cord cutting topics, so I'll be continuing in that vein. And as far as revenue is concerned, I did about the same as I did last year. I'm not making $1 million here on the channel, far from it, but I am able to keep my head above water. So as long as that continues, we'll be in good shape. YouTube accounted for 34% of my revenue. Amazon, almost an equal amount. And what I do is I upload a lot of my product reviews to Amazon. And I found that some of the videos that do really poorly on YouTube actually do really well on the Amazon side. I've got a video in my channel you can see more about how the Amazon program works, but it's actually something that if you're not doing as a product reviewer, you should definitely consider, because I think it is a very good program and on par with what you can get revenue-wise from YouTube. Sponsorships are about 20%. That includes the Plex sponsorship along with some stuff that I did for Synology and Logitech. We have Patreon and other supporter methods, which came in around 5%, and I greatly appreciate everybody's contributions there. And of course, the end credits will reflect everybody who's been contributing to that line in the revenue stream here. And then my affiliate marketing links were about 6%. So as you can see here, the breakdown is spread out quite nicely, but if the market continues to change, the Amazon and YouTube revenue might decline. So I need to keep thinking about how we can diversify the revenue here on the channel. But overall, this year was almost exactly what last year was, which is not bad, and hopefully that continues into next year. So what's ahead for 2024? Well, some of you might remember a couple of years ago, I prioritized product reviews over analysis pieces because the product reviews were doing better. Now it's clear from last year that the analysis pieces are doing better, so I'm going to put a little bit more of a priority on the analysis stuff than I am on the product reviews. It doesn't mean we're not going to do product reviews. It's just that if I've got a hot topic in the morning and a product here sitting on the desk, I'm going to do the hot topic first and then go over to the product. One thing I'm trying to do with the analysis pieces is provide more than just grumbling and complaining. Sometimes that's a majority of the piece, like my recent piece on how Facebook is kind of a mess right now, but I'm always trying to find ways to make it a little less salacious, and hopefully I've been accomplishing that. If I have or have not, let me know in the comment stream, but I do want to do more than just kind of latch on to whatever the shiny object of the day is and try to provide a little more context and insight as to what that topic is about. So that is one strategy there that I'll be pursuing. I have looked into TikTok, primarily because TikTok is now looking for longer videos. And it's funny, as YouTube is shifting its focus to shorts, TikTok is moving in the opposite direction and shifting to long form. The problem, though, is that TikTok doesn't pay anything. So until they start paying better, I probably won't shift over there, but I might put a few of my lower performing YouTube videos on TikTok to see how they do. Apparently, vertical video is not prioritized over horizontal on TikTok. So there's no penalty for uploading a horizontally oriented video on that platform, even though most of the video is, of course, vertical. So we'll see how it does, but don't expect me to become a famous TikToker just yet. So let's move on to my annual pilgrimage to Las Vegas, Nevada for the big CES show. Producer Jake and I are going to be heading out shortly, pretty much at the end of the week, to check things out. And our plan this year is to do what we've done in years past, which is to do a series of dispatch videos. And what we like to do is find as much stuff as possible, package those things into a video of about 20 to 30 minutes, and upload it. Last year, we were able to do 4 dispatch videos along with a couple of little supplementary live streams, and I expect this year it'll be about the same. One thing that we have a lot of success with is going to some of the pre-show events where you've got a lot of people in one place, a lot of different companies in one place, so we'll be taking advantage of those opportunities along with roaming around the show floor. I did book in an additional day on the back end so we can spend a little more time on the floor and maybe find some things that did not show up at those pre-show events. If you have a booth or whatever you want me to visit, do let me know in the comment stream. I want to try to get as much in as I can, and any help you can provide in sifting through the thousands of companies that will be there exhibiting is greatly appreciated. And of course, there's always some drama on the way out to CES. So one year we had a COVID problem. Last year we had Southwest's big issues with their logistics. This year it's a snowstorm. So I had to rebook everything to get out ahead of this snowstorm. So that added some cost to the mix. But the good news is we do have a sponsor this year. And what we'll be doing for the sponsor is actually a dedicated video and a dedicated live stream that will likely be published as a video afterward. And this will be for the same group from Korea that sponsored videos last time. It's going to be interesting, I think. So if you are up for it, I'd love for you to click that notification bell so that when those videos come up, you can check them out. It's definitely going to be different than most sponsorships because they're not trying to sell you anything directly. They're trying to talk about some of the things that are going on in Korea related to technology development. So you might find it interesting. You can also subscribe to my email list at lon.tv/email if you want to be updated every time we send something up from the show floor. So it's going to be a lot of fun. Again, let me know if you want me to check something out, and I'll do my best to find it while we are out there. And that is going to do it for this year in review and a CES update. I'll probably squeak in a few videos before I head out on the trip. So stay tuned. There's always more content to come. And until next time, this is Lon Seidman. Thanks for watching.
This channel is brought to you by the Lon.TV supporters, including gold level supporters Brian Parker, Budley, Hot Sauce and Video Games, Steve Green, and I'm the Brown. If you want to help the channel, you can by contributing as little as $1 a month. Head over to lon.tv/support to learn more. And don't forget to subscribe. Visit lon.tv/s.
Over the last couple
55 wide, 30 deep. This is what.
Match found.
Just take a seat. I got this.
Match found. Match found.
I am both shield and sword. Together, friends, we can do anything. We can save the world.
Hey guys, it's been a little bit stressful day so far. I'm supposed to go from Australia to Korea, but then my first flight was delayed, so I missed all my consecutive flights. So I had to book a new one, and I'm waiting for my next flight. So here I am laying down, resting, completely exhausted,
Anyway, I want to tell you guys the airport scam that I almost just got scammed. So when you arrive in Indonesia airport, there's going to be a lot of people who's going to ask, taxi, do you want a taxi or something? Well, the thing is, in Southeast Asia, they use the app Grab. That's basically like Uber in Southeast Asia. And then what they do is they're showing the Grab app and they're saying they're going to give you Grab price. Well, the hotel that I booked was like 12 minutes away from the airport. So it shouldn't be that expensive, but then they said they're going to give me the Grab price.
Spike down.
Spike $40 which is like pretty expensive.
One
even
enemy
in the
remaining.
US for like 12 minutes ride. But then I was like, okay, well, I guess that's the Grab price, so, alright, and I agreed on it, and then I was about to get in the car, but I felt a little weird, so I have my own Grab app I checked, and it was definitely not.
That's a crazy crosshair, by the way.
Rupiah, which is about $35.
Why does everyone always say
It
that?
was actually only 150,000, which is about
The great
$3.
crosshair.
So I showed them.
Last
I was like,
player
okay,
standing.
my app shows
That's
this,
an
but
excellent
the
crosshair
other
there,
one
sir.
show
I wish
$500.
I could
And
create
then
one
I
like
was
that.
all baffled, and then
So
like,
accurate.
I don't know, maybe it's a Grab outside of the
No, I was being
airport.
serious.
I was like, I don't think it's a Grab outside of the airport.
Oh, look at how accurate
And
my
then he was
crosshair
like,
was.
he didn't know what to say.
Did you see that
And then
adjustment
another
on the
guy came to me,
horizontal and
"Maybe I'll
vertical?
take you for, like,
Because I
$200."
had
I was
lines
like,
to
"Premium
indicate where I
price
needed
in
to
the
go.
Grab?" So I was like, alright, I took that one, but yeah, I almost got scammed like $25. I guess what they do
Are
is
you
they
out of
use
your
the
mind?
Grab app and then they put like super far distance, and then they up the price really high and just show the price.
I'm patting myself on the back
Because
with
if
my
you're a first-time
words.
traveler, then you wouldn't really know how much actually it is, and then, you know, you would be confused and everything. So I guess they're taking
And what are you
advantage of that.
doing?
Well, for me, I am not first-time traveler in Southeast Asia. Also, I've traveled Indonesia multiple times, so I kind of know the price in Indonesia. So I was like, yeah, that makes no
Oh,
sense.
congratulations.
12 minutes ride, no. So
We'll give you the first place trophy
you guys to know,
for
because
a
Bali
girl.
is one of the most popular tourist, you know.
Yeah, I know. It's just really loud.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is she talking too loud for you? Get off my bed and shut the fuck up, bitch.
Sorry,
Spike planted.
For that scam, I guess.
She doesn't want to. I think she's just gonna
Anyway,
continue
I'll
talking.
have to wait for my flight change announcement. I can't get it right. You guys have time.
Last player standing.
Oh, nice communication there. Let me know there was someone there. I really love this.
The MVP is mine. Let's do this.
Vamos, gente.
Spike planted.
No, I actually genuinely like that crosshair, by the way. It actually works kind of well.
Are you copying my crosshair, you weirdo?
Yep.
Weird.
Placing sentry.
It's you and me.
Destroyed. Barrier created. Enemy spotted A. Placing alarm bot.
It is.
Last player standing.
No call out about where they are?
Basically,
I thought she knew. My bad.
Vlog as I get ready to go
Killjoy,
to my
control
music
your
club
bots.
tonight.
The
Got some
turret
new
keeps looking
makeup
at me
products
funny.
that I haven't tried before. And
I don't
people
like
have no
you
idea. I know
people.
it's very self-indulgent. It's probably not going to be that interesting to most of you. But if you happen to find it interesting, yay. If not, that's fine. You don't have to watch. I'm just drinking a coffee while I do because one of my 2023 things is that I barely drink it.
With our clip selected here in After Effects,
We can go to, we hit F, scale. Do without.
The Joe Rogan experience.
They knew the guys were fucking each other in prison in the 50s, in the 60s. Everybody knew it. But homosexuality at that time, I think, was apparent. At least to some guy.
KO's coming B from garage.
Can't use this yet.
Right, but that's what that is. Right. So you can be gay. The sodomy is mouth and butt.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then it changed to saying sex on the United States along the way. Finally.
So straight people can do the mouth and butt thing.
Who was the last?
The last guy to get convicted. Shit.
2003 plus
The last dude eating ass.
Yeah.
In the 1860s.
I bet you could figure it out.
Alabama.
No.
Georgia.
No.
Tennessee.
California.
2003.
New York. Texas.
Yeah.
Texas.
West Virginia.
Texas.
It was?
Spike planted. Last player
He
standing.
was eating that girl's ass.
Watch your
I
flag.
walked in, I caught him in the middle of something against our Lord.
Missouri had a law against homosexual conduct.
Nice shots.
Ooh. Wow. We could all get arrested.
The crazy thing about calling it sodomy,
Nice shot, nice
you're
shot.
talking about sodomy more. You're talking about a biblical thing. Like that's what's wild about that term. So you're saying that you can't do gay stuff. You're saying they can't do gay stuff because the Bible says it's illegal.
Lawrence versus Texas is what it's called.
Wow, that's nuts. 2003 is a landmark decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in which the court ruled that sanctions of criminal punishment for consensual adult non-procreative sexual activity, commonly referred to as sodomy laws, are unconstitutional. The court reaffirmed the concept of a right to privacy that earlier cases had found the U.S. Constitution provides, even though it is not explicitly enumerated. It based its ruling on the notion that personal autonomy to define one's own relationships and of American
Spike
traditions
down,
of
B.
non-interference with private sexual decisions between consenting adults. Fucking
You should
dumb.
ult right here.
Imagine it took till 2003. That is nuts. So in 1998, John Geddes Lawrence Jr., an older white man, was arrested along with Tyron Garner, a younger black man, at Lawrence's
player
apartment in
standing.
Harris County, Texas. Garner's former boyfriend had called the police, claiming that there was a man with a weapon in the apartment.
What a bitch move. Oh man. What an angry ex-boyfriend. There he is. His old white man ex-boyfriend's just getting pounded by some beast.
You son of a bitch, she's got a gun. One's own unconstitutional. The court reaffirmed the concept of a right to privacy that earlier cases had found the U.S. Constitution provides, even though it is not explicitly enumerated. It based its ruling on the notion that personal autonomy to define one's own relationships and of American traditions of non-interference with private sexual decisions between consenting adults. Fucking duh. Imagine it took till 2003. That is nuts. So in 1998, John Geddes Lawrence Jr., an older white man, was arrested along with Tyron Garner,
It's you
a younger
and me.
black man, at Lawrence's apartment in Harris County, Texas. Garner's former boyfriend had called the police, claiming that there was a man with a weapon in the apartment.
What a bitch move. Oh man. What a angry ex-boyfriend. There he is.
Bitch move.
Garner's his old white man
Spike down, B.
ex-boyfriend is getting pounded
40
by some beast.
Auburn.
Son of a bitch, he's got a gun. Garner's former boyfriend had called the police, claiming that there was a man with a weapon in the apartment. Sheriff deputies said they found the men engaging in sexual
Last
intercourse.
player
Oh,
standing.
what the
They
fuck?
imagine
Yeah,
in the middle of having
over
some
here.
good old butt fucking
Just a bunch of police with revolver.
SWAT team.
My ultimate is ready.
Fucking
Hold up,
Yeah.
stop.
they got night
30
vision
seconds
on.
left.
Shit. They brought a dog. Jesus Christ.
Watch market. Market.
Lawrence and Garner were charged with misdemeanor under Texas anti-sodomy law. Imagine they broke into these guys' house while they were having
How did they get there
and
so
charged
fucking
them
fast?
with Anti-sodomy law.
Yo,
Both pleaded
last
no
game I was
contest and
playing with
received a
Bubble.
fine.
Bubble is
Assisted by the
fucking
American
stupid
Civil
good.
organization Lambda Legal.
He's very good, man.
Not to be confused with NAMBLA.
But you know what?
North American Man
His
Boy Love
mom
Association.
sucked.
You know, that's a real thing. Yeah.
My
That's
nuts.
crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lawrence and Garner
Suck the
appealed their
nuts,
sentences to
suck
the
the
Texas Court
tips
of
of my
Appeals in
penis,
2000,
suck
found the law was
everything.
unconstitutional. Texas
Bubbles'
okay.
mom
You have
is
the
the
court
Get a hold of
best.
yourself.
Texas was like, nope. We're appealing that appeal. You ain't butt fucking in my county, son. Well, look at here, page 25, right here in the good book. Says no butt fucking.
Oh my god. You let one in, you let them all in.
Yeah, a man cannot layeth with another man. Yeah. And then, what is the origins of the term sodomy? Can you do that?
One enemy remaining.
Yeah. But what is it that describe when it says sodomy? Like when you say
biblical description.
Yeah.
Yo,
Well, Sodom
when
and
you killed
Gomorrah,
someone,
right? So they were apparently
you said,
engaging in all these awful things.
that
and
was
God decided
fucking
to stop
sexy,
it, right?
man.
That's the
No
story?
charges left.
You remember the story?
I mean, someone tried to put a bad name on fucking Sodom. He did
You remind me.
Something happened.
You
and
remind
I
me
think
of my
it was-
mom.
It was like a
Guess
cat,
you
right?
I'm sorry, I'm just
Well, what-
really
was
drunk.
it
Don't
two towns,
listen to
Sodom
me.
and Gomorrah?
Yeah, you're good, buddy.
They're just both butt fucking.
I kind of like it. It turns me on.
Getting crazy. And Vegas. Kind of like Vegas. It was their version of Vegas. And everybody was like, hey. And they're like, what are you talking about? We figured out a way to fucking not have kids. Yeah. And God's like, no, not up the butt.
I'll crush
Okay. Addresses people as from Sodom and Gomorrah, associates Sodom with shameless sinning, and tells
Could be.
Babylon that it will end like those two cities. So what happened to Sodom and Gomorrah in the Bible?
Oh, that was like the fire and brimstone.
Right, can you just find out what it says? I just want to read the description. Is it at the top? Wasn't that it?
We have to do Bible study.
Wasn't that it at the top?
I know, we're doing Bible study. I know this is a long description. Definitely isn't gonna say about butt fucking in the Bible. I know that.
Spike planted.
It's a lot of like inferred. This is what they were talking about.
Get on the spike right away! Well, they have time to get back over. Hurry, one of you. Cover him. Stick that bitch.
Yes!
Just like your mom.
Player standing.
Yes!
It seems like it.
I don't know what you say, but let's go!
Society.
Bro, it's like, I'm not English, let's go.
Assalamu alaikum.
Say
Ah.
sodomy.
Praise be to Allah.
Raise,
Glory
by the way,
to God.
Raise, you gotta do me a favor. At some point, you have to exploit yourself, like rocket yourself and a bunch of other people, so, and say, Allah Akbar, okay?
Neglecting the poor and the needy.
Allahu Akbar.
Hala. Wait a minute, now it gets weird.
I bring a jihad to you.
Because I don't like what Jesus is saying.
I'm really sorry.
So Jesus is
I was
saying
loud.
when you commit sodomy, the sin is the
I think they're
abuse of
vegan. They're
strangers,
vegan. They're
neglecting the poor and the needy, and then stigmatizing
Muhammad.
of outsiders. And then Texas is like,
Salam
yeah,
alaikum.
butt fuck. Basically butt fuck. That shit's illegal, man. Don't be butt fucking. No. And Jesus is like, that's all he's saying. Jesus is like, no.
One's in the door
He's
garage.
saying, don't be shitty strangers. Scroll back down so I can read that again. Don't
Last
neglect the
player
poor and
standing.
What?
needy, and don't
One's,
stigmatize others. See, this is how we prevent wars. You other people, right? Jesus is saying, don't do that. And everybody's like, yeah, no butt fucking. Jesus said it.
Yeah.
Right here.
Hey, no stigmatizing around.
But imagine if that's what the sins of Sodom and Gomorrah were. They were just shitty to people. And Jesus was like, don't be shitty to people.
Never mind, don't worry about it.
And then someone was like, alright, they were butt fucking too. That's even worse! That's even worse! There was probably some dude who really wanted to butt fuck. He'd be so angry.
Let's go!
Butt fuck. No to butt fuck. Because that's a lot of it. Like when you find people that are like vehemently anti-gay, you're always
have
like,
your back.
how long before they catch you in a wetsuit? Ooh. Put a dildo up your ass.
Addition to this.
Okay. Unnatural sexual relations, such as those customs imputed to the inhabitants of biblical Sodom, especially between men, but also with breasts, beasts. Oh, excuse me.
It's you and me.
For a beast from old French.
I would say, Phoenix,
sodomy.
watch out. I have that right there.
Compare late Latin
Watch out, I have that.
Weapon
anal
You're
sex,
juicy
literally
and
the
hot.
sins of Sodom from the Latin Sodoma.
So what I mean
In Middle English, also sin sodomite.
I think they're rotating.
So let's talk about the other side of the ledger here. Joe Biden, not looking so hot for his re-election as we head into
What?
And then MSNBC's Jim Kornacki breaking down the numbers with a dire warning for him. Let's take a listen.
How about the Democratic end of things? Joe Biden seems poised to be the Democratic nominee. What kind of year has he had politically? And yet he started 2023 coming off those good midterms for Democrats, and his approval rating was 46-50. Wasn't that bad, but he's taken a hit this year. And as we start to close out the year, our final NBC poll had him at just 40% approval. 57% disapproval. How does this compare?
That's right.
Oh, he's entering the re-election.
Almost,
We have Biden out right now. These are all the final polls.
I didn't have anything
A re-election year that NBC conducted. You just see all the recent polls. Look, Trump got beat in 2020. He was at 44 heading into his re-election year. Bush Sr. got beat in 92. He was at 52. Heading south rapidly there. But you see how that number compares. That's the lowest. That's the lowest in an NBC poll for an incumbent facing a re-election year. But it is a tight race when you poll Biden versus Trump at the start of the year. In the average of the polls nationally, Biden at a 2-point advantage. Now, at the end of the year, it is Trump who, on average, has a 2-point advantage here. And that leads to this final graphic here. A poll from the Wall Street Journal recently. They included a bunch of third-party options. And against Biden and Trump, they added up to 17%. That's a big question heading into 2024. Is there going to be a real third-party candidate to create a wild card in this?
So lowest approval rating of an incumbent president heading into the election ever. That's where Joe Biden stands as of now. And I mean, for them, it's complete disaster. I also saw a poll this morning, Emily, that ties into our discussions both about Ukraine and certainly about Israel, that foreign policy, which normally is a kind of like a back burner issue in American politics, has now become one of the top issues that both Democrats and Republicans and independents are focused on in terms of a vote choice. And we know that Biden is dramatically at odds with his own base in terms of his unconditional support for Israel, young voters in particular, Arab Americans, Muslim Americans. Really, there's a huge racial divide in views towards Israel as well, with both black and brown voters much more supportive of Palestinians, much more skeptical of Israeli military actions than white voters in general. So he's got trouble on basically every front. And listen, I mean, in some ways, the best thing he's got going for him, he should be very much opposed to these decisions from Colorado and Maine, because I think his only shot is that people find Trump even more odious and distasteful than they find him.
That's a good point. I also think one thing from Kornacki is the hysteria is about to ramp up when it comes to third-party candidates. Reloaded. This has been something I've really believed for a long time, which is that RFK Jr. is more of a threat, actually, to Trump than to Biden. And I know that sounds weird, but I really think that the more Trump goes after RFK Jr., the more attractive he looks to some people on the left, because there's been so little conversation about his long support and just like very substantive activist work in the environmental movement and in other sort of anti-corporate spaces over the last couple of decades. You disagree about RFK Jr., but there hasn't been a lot of highlighting that part of his record, and if Donald Trump's campaign starts to highlight that part of his record, I think that makes those numbers take upwards.
One enemy remaining. Harbor's down there.
17% for a third-party
In
candidate.
zone.
Well, going forward, if you, depending on who stays in the race, who goes independent,
On site,
stays independent, all of these different questions that will be hashed out in less than a year now. That is, I mean, if you have two...
He drops, he's on him. Where's my teammates at?
RFK Jr. and somebody else.
He be looking at my gun for some reason?
Actually get, not because...
Are you that interested in that gun? It's halfway, but not anymore. Goodbye, you're left.
You have a nice one.
Please. Oh my God. Yeah, well, you didn't do anything. You waited so long to get there while looking at the gun when you could have just done that. I'm not giving you a gun ever again, bitch.
Switching sides. You put those two together, that's big trouble for both of the candidates. And I really would expect Crystal
That
heading
gun,
into
that gun was used on
here,
Muhammad.
into Iowa and New Hampshire just in the next couple of months. The story about third-party candidates is really going to start ramping up.
Oh yeah, and I really think that RFK Jr.'s candidacy has been undercovered thus far in terms of its impact.
I just hate when
I
people
agree with you. You know, when he jumped in the race,
I'm sorry.
the
Pisses me
narrative
off.
was, oh, this is going to be worse for
I
Trump.
need a beer.
And that was a
Let's
reasonable
drink,
take
man.
because his approval rating with Republicans was much higher
Go
than
home.
his approval rating with Democrats. But I always thought it would be more complex than that. Because
When I see that, I've seen
one
it
thing
happen
what
so
you're
many
pointing
times.
to, you know, negative polarization is so strong that if you just have Trump like relentlessly and other right-wing figures relentlessly attacking RFK Jr., then you're
Shut
gonna
the door,
have, you know,
whoever enters first.
from people who are more liberal, more on the left, and have an opposite reaction to people who are Republicans, and so those numbers could shift. He's a Kennedy, right?
Planning at the very bottom of the stairs,
Um,
right at the
learn more
front.
about people, think
One
about
enemy
him.
remaining.
And you know, so I always thought it was very possible that the way people were thinking about him shift.
55.
You know, in terms of Israel, you could quibble around the
You
margins,
got share
but all
on you.
three of these dudes have basically the same policy, which is unconditional support. Trump would probably not even been doing the like little bit of hand wringing that Joe Biden has been doing. RFK Jr., if anything, is the most hawkish towards Israel and most pro-Israel of all three. But that doesn't mean that young voters who are disgusted with Joe Biden won't vote for, you know, an
Joe
RFK Jr. or, you know, certainly a Cornel West or
Let's
Phil Stein,
go.
just out of sheer disgust
Let's go.
with what he has
Yo,
been
I'm so
doing.
fucking
You know,
horny.
it's
What?
one thing to have a theoretical
not
position
horny.
on Israel. It's another thing to actually be there.
Go on
sending
Pornhub.
Oh, I like
that
this
one.
one so much better.
and
I love
destroying, you know, schools and hospitals, etc.
And
So
it's dangerous if young Democrats in places like
KO sniping through mid.
and Madison, Wisconsin, and all over Pennsylvania
Spike
either
down.
vote for someone
Hey.
else or stay home.
Stay home.
Like,
That's
let
what I
alone
was saying,
like
because
vote
you're
for
not-
someone else, but if they just stay home next
I have
November,
this
that
fight.
is a huge problem in Michigan, Wisconsin for Joe Biden.
But Biden's defenders, you know, they've identified the real problem here, which is not the policies, it's not the unconditional support for
Bruh.
Israel, it's not the
Since when did the
despair,
ghost have
it's
so
not
much
the fact
freaking
that they feel like he's going to
wall
accomplish
shooting power?
literally nothing in a second term, which we'll get to in a moment. Put this up on the
I
screen.
like that.
John Fetterman
Knife.
and other Biden defenders, they see the problem as people who would say a critical word about Joe Biden. They're the real villains here. And, you know, shame on you, John Fetterman, for making me defend James Carville. But Fetterman trashed James Carville
Whoa.
for warning
Hold
of
on,
Biden's
hold on,
loss,
hold on.
telling him to shut the F up. I'll use this as another opportunity. He told, I believe this
Nice,
is what
nice,
Politico
nice.
that he was doing this interview with.
30
to tell
seconds
Carville
left.
to shut the F up. Like I said, my man
Go
hasn't
play,
been
go play, go
relevant
play.
since grunge was a thing, and I don't know why he believes it's helpful to say
Yeah,
these
don't.
kinds
I
of
have
things
complete
about
faith
an
in you.
incredibly difficult circumstance
Walk,
with an
walk, walk,
incredibly
walk.
strong and decent and excellent president. I will never understand that. So, you know, the
His
real
dear
issue
leader.
here, Emily,
One
is
enemy remaining.
anyone who would
Yeah,
point
let's
out the
go.
fact that Joe
Yeah,
Biden
see.
has literally the lowest
Watch out, he
approval
was
rating
sniping. I
of
think he
any
saw you.
incumbent president seeking
No, he
re-election.
did.
I mean, Joe Biden desperately needs some tough love.
Oh my gosh, I love
Oh.
y'all. I actually love y'all. No, actually.
Let's
like,
go.
Instrumental in
Like,
Bill Clinton's
honestly,
political
this
I didn't do
Easy,
anything.
man.
Think about what Bill Clinton, we now know thanks to reporting, was telling Hillary Clinton's campaign in the fall of 2016. He was trying to sort of raise a lot
That was
of
an
the same
insane
red
play,
flags
Sage, bro.
that
Honestly.
James Carville has, I think, calmly but incisively been raising over the last couple of years, but just in recent times too.
And I'm saying,
the
you know
Democratic
what I'm
Party just being coded increasingly as the party of the elites, and we can debate the substance of that, but James Carville has made some pretty good points about how they come across to voters, the issues they choose to talk about, how they choose to talk about them, all of that. If Joe Biden needs anything right now, if I'm putting my, you know, I'm
No,
not
75
Biden
ISO.
campaign
Down
right now.
A.
If he needs anything, it's tough love, exactly from people like James Carville, not fair hugs from people like
We need to
John
move.
Fetterman,
We need to
tell him
move.
everything is fine, Joe. Even saying it, you know, privately versus publicly, it's important that it's public, so that there's pressure
for the campaign. There's pressure from
Well, yeah,
Democrats.
well, yeah.
Again, this is what the Democratic Strategist campaign hat on. It's not a hat I like to wear personally, but I will do it for the sake of the show. They need
One
this
enemy remaining.
badly.
Yes.
And again, they're going up against, as Hillary Clinton did, the former host of Celebrity.
Can you shut the door in here, Raise, please? Shut the door.
This should not be hard, but it is for Democrats.
Oh my gosh, I love y'all.
Because they're
I love y'all.
same thing.
That was a lucky shot. Drinking
Why
some
is
more
it
beer.
hard to beat the former host of Celebrity Apprentice in an election.
I love how
because
Brim is drinking, playing for playing Valor, and still doing really
Sometimes
well.
it's just that simple. Alright, so let's go ahead and take a look at how voters
Yo.
are seeing their choice.
took
This is from the pollsters that we partner
Did
with,
I?
our focus groups, jail partners.
took
They
my
do these
ace.
great word clouds.
Oh
where they
shit!
ask voters,
I
okay,
didn't know, man.
what
I'm
do you
sorry.
think Biden?
He's not aware
First
right
of
now.
all, what do you think Biden?
Yeah, I
accomplished
don't think he's
in his
aware
second
right
term as president? Let's
Yo,
put this
let's
up on
go.
the screen, and you can see jumping
I'm
right
sorry
out
about
at
the
you,
ace.
the number one choice. Nothing. They think he's going to accomplish.
I'll do better.
The next ones are like economy. Going to accomplish economy. What does that even mean?
It sounds like John Fetterman said.
Holy smokes.
Bad chance. Yeah. Money. But democracy is another one. Power is another one. But I mean, the top choice, like overwhelmingly, if you guys are just listening to this, is
Spike
nothing.
down A.
Which, I mean, how can you even really dispute that when he hasn't run on
39
anything?
Harbor, watch
And
street,
the
watch
only
street.
thing he was really promising is just
Yep.
like, I'll, be a bulwark against Trump. That's it. It's even on Roe versus Wade, which is such a
Well,
pivotal and central issue for a lot of Democratic voters now. It's not like he's promising to do anything.
One
on the
enemy
issue.
remaining.
He's just saying, like,
Yes.
So
I
that thing
love
to me
y'all.
seems like
I'm
a pretty
I'm gonna kiss
logical takeaway from what his goals and accomplishments are
Oh
likely to
shit!
be
I
in
think
second term.
I teabagged one of my
they asked the
teammates.
same
I'm
thing
sorry.
about Trump. What do they
I'm gonna
think
be
Trump
honest.
will
I'm
accomplish?
gonna be
Put
honest
up
with you,
on the
Nick.
screen.
I take back what I
He
said
said
earlier. I
revenge.
apologize. I formally apologize, and honestly, I love you.
Today is a good day. What's up, peeps? Welcome back to the channel. Today we're going to give out maybe a little dose of karma.
Sorry
Really curious
about the
what you guys
teabag.
think about this one. A lot of bets have been placed on the Warzone scene of when the next
Let's just say you're
hacker
just
is gonna
trying
be
to
caught.
teabag
You
in
know who you
general.
can also place bets
Yeah,
with on
I'm a
esports? That's going to be
teabag
Thunderpick,
dude.
our esports betting sponsor. They will always be down below, 21
need
plus
a
only.
beer.
Please
Once more,
bet
right?
responsibly. I say that because today you might have placed your bets
15?
correctly, as
Spike
within
down
24 to
mid.
48 hours of covering this Warzone hacker,
Why did I have Spike?
who was
Why did I have
caught
Spike?
after twerking on stream with red boxes and hacks. Yes, that is
He is
how
one shot,
he
by the way.
exposed himself. It was one of the best things I've seen so far this year, and it actually happened to
God
end in
damn it.
2023. Happy 2024, by the way. 78. 78.
Last player standing. Spike down mid.
And then
nice shot,
Fuck.
after this,
Sorry, I'm really sorry.
78.
Dude, you're drunk. Honestly, I don't really expect much from you, but you're still doing good. So honestly, it's gonna be good.
And then
I'll
shortly
just do
after
better.
this, he explains
It was
to
moving
someone
fast.
that he had only done
Yeah.
this once. He had just bought these cheats
Would somebody like
once
to buy me?
and had never
I don't know
used
why
them
I'm the one
before.
broke out of
The
everyone on the list,
classic
but, you know.
go-to line
I'll
of a
buy.
cheater where you just
Thank you,
broke any method or means of trust that people have with you, and you expect them to trust that the first time you got caught was the first time you actually did it. It's hard
I
to
think we're
convince
doing
people
pretty
once
good,
you have broken this kind of
Yeah, we're
trust,
actually
you know?
doing pretty good, though.
I obviously was not cheating before. I'm just gonna say that right now. I'm gonna be honest.
You're on 94 right
Spike
now.
I bought
down
them.
mid.
On the 29th, yesterday. I bought them yesterday. Yeah, and I don't want to throw
It's you and
anyone
me.
under the bus, but I asked someone.
is not over. I have this fight.
You probably know.
No, you should have won me. You should have won me.
I just set it up. Okay. I lost the
Last
final
player standing.
3 fucking times
Spike
yesterday
down
on
mid.
Warzone, so I got mad.
That really
I got
just happened,
mad.
didn't it?
And I never set them up. I don't know how to do the settings. I don't know what the fuck I was doing.
And then after all of that, you somehow respond by going live the very next day. This Warzone streamer, again,
Oh my
with
gosh.
supposedly $70,000 in earnings. Now, that's not from official tournaments.
Oh,
that's
you got
probably
third party.
from
You're
wagers
good,
or
dude.
whatever.
That
Part
was
of it might
nice.
even be made up. I don't
Not
know.
sure, not sure.
But he put it in his bio at one point or another. That
What will it be this
$70,000 a potential
Have any
hacker
patterns emerged
is
yet?
stealing
They're
from
like
other people out
cockroach,
there.
man. They're
And
coming
his
from
response
everywhere.
was to go live the very next next day to try and.
Alright, I think we should start playing together and start
I'm
playing for
okay with.
side.
I can't stop
Hey,
it.
let me
But you know
get
who
your,
can?
answer
The
again.
platform that you're on. Once they find out that you've hacked, which is against their terms of
Sage, which
service,
version do you got?
that being Twitch,
that
who
one?
shortly after
I got
took
that
action
gift report. I
and
just bought
banned
today,
that
bro.
same streamer. And albeit
That's
this
right,
probably
today.
won't last because I don't think it's permanent ban, but at least it's something. So yeah. I read one thing. Hack for $1, broke bitch.
Enemy spotted. A. Reloaded.
Look.
Placing swamp.
Personally, it doesn't say.
Plant? Oh, he has spike.
Now, had many ways to come back to this. And this is about it. But in that return stream is where you just completely lost me. Like, this is gonna sound weird, and you guys can hate on me all you want. You can leave a comment what you think about this story. I think it's hilarious. But there's always a part of me when it comes to these situations that get blown up. There's a part of me that feels a tiny bit bad. Now, this guy in particular, he stole money potentially from people. I don't feel bad at all. But still, a little bit of me is like, ah, man, you know. But like, does any of you guys know what I mean? That's until, of course, you steal money that others rightfully deserved, and then two, you brag about it in your return stream after you get exposed.
He dropped. He dropped from. That's what you heard was him dropping off through the glass door.
With a clip like this, he goes on stream to count his bread, and then he also says a few other things about
I can't
wanting to
feel
come
my
back
leg.
and actually compete. Which I don't think is probably going to go over too well.
I can't feel my face when I'm with you.
They want to make an example. That's all it is. I mean, they want to make an example out of me, yet let's not act like. Once again, I'm not the only person that's ever cheated. There's people that cheat for years upon years casually, on casual games, or people who got caught cheating, and they're right back in the community. I'm hoping I can just get console restricted and I can still play with some people. I know some people that I used to play with don't want to play with me ever again, even if I get console restricted. But I'm hoping I can just get console restricted and just keep playing. I don't know about COD agents, so I'm gonna have to check. Scroll up and read my chat.
Spike down B.
I DM'd it to the leader of all the fucking hackers. I don't know any hackers. I don't know anyone who's a hacker. I hacked on one day. For one day. The ringleader's crazy. Like, that's literally it. Now I'm being posted. Now I'm being posted 3 times. By a guy followers.
Nice try, nice try.
I killed the one I was shooting.
It was actually
Match point.
on a console. I mean, I can show you my hours, like I said. Every Call of Duty I've ever played on Fortnite, Apex, everything I've done has been on a console.
We did
I got
try.
a PC at the end of Modern Warfare 2.
It's not over just yet. Let's keep trying.
Yes, sir,
So,
man.
I
We got this.
I don't know. But yeah, I bought hacked because I was annoyed that I was losing in time.
I will say we all need to start playing.
And I did
Fortnite,
it.
though.
It popped up first day, and like I said before, God.
To tie this story up with a nice little knot at the very end of the day, you expose yourself live on stream as a hacker in Warzone, whether it be once or multiple times, I don't know, while twerking. You then later say that it was once, you bought the cheats the day prior. A lot of people are not going to believe that, so you return the very next day to try and prove your innocence, and you might be a pretty solid player. You then brag about your money and your money potentially earned. I'm just saying how other people see it. Money potentially earned while hacking. It's not a great look, man. I mean, we'll see if you ever come back, but typically once you go down this road, there is no coming back. It will always come back to that one time you bought cheat because you couldn't handle losing in a video game. It's a tough situation. What do you guys think about it, huh? Till next time, take care of yourselves, though. All right, drink up, hydrate, take it easy today. All right, see you back here sometime soon.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Jay's 2 cents here, and it's been a while since I've done any sort of like update video on
Hey, Night Harbor, Evan.
State of the Union sort of affairs.
You got
Alright.
State of the Union.
Nice try, man.
But we're gonna talk about it today. We're gonna talk about some important stuff in 2024.
GG, guys.
But I also don't know what the title of this video is gonna be. We need to talk about
Just one more second, we would have had it too.
and what my future is. So 2024, man, it's weird to think about this channel and this journey and just how sort of roller coaster it's been.
I mean, I'm sure anyone can imagine what it's like trying to make a living on YouTube and having just all sorts of ups and downs and just highs and lows. It's all over the place, but I'm not going to complain because the last 12 years have been an absolute adventure. My new monitor. You're not really that little anymore. You're kind of big now.
I'm almost 9.
But I know where she gets her stunning good looks. Her mom. All right, are you ready? Close your eyes. Close your eyes. All right, open them up. I had surgery to have my gallbladder removed, which went pretty smoothly. The whole reason why I'm making this video right now is sort of an explainer so that you guys understand why some of the stuff we're going to be doing in 2024 is going to be a bit different size. But the thing is, a lot of the symptoms, as we drill down some of the gut health stuff, really does mimic that of colon cancer. And we're not going to that to inflammation, weight gain, weight loss, all that sort of stuff. Whereas it's sort of scary, we're not going to assume the worst, but we're going to prepare for that. We're going to prepare for the worst, and then if that ends up not being the case, we are going to be super happy and cheer about that, and then just be like, okay, what the hell's going on? So the next step, obviously, is going to be a colonoscopy. Now, I know right here is where a lot of people are going to want to email me or write, do this, do that, do this, do that, do this. I need you to understand, I have a team of professionals that I listen to, and it's them that I'm going to listen to. And it's not that I'm not appreciative of the amount of advice that people are probably going to want to throw my way, either people who've gone through it, are going through it, or know someone that has gone through this type of health issue. I can't, that's too much noise. I just have to trust my professionals that I'm working with to get the job done. With that said, because the energy levels are trash, because I have spent the last 12 years burning my candle on both ends, I think I'm sort of reaping a lot of the negative benefits of that type of hustle. So one of the things that my team and I are doing this year, there's behind the scenes folks too, that you guys never see that we run this channel. You guys know who I'm talking about if you know. We've decided that we're going to be severely reducing the amount of brands that we're working with this year, just to keep the workload lighter so that I can pivot, so that I can take time off when needed, so that I can make sure that I have the energy that I need to get through the health stuff, let alone the work stuff. It is just extremely, extremely overwhelming sometimes to be dealing with barely able to get up and move around, let alone come here and be energetic and make videos. I mean, you might look back at the videos and think, bumbling like he always is. What you don't understand is it takes to put on that act for an hour of shooting just to then go over to my desk and literally kick my feet up and practically fall asleep in my chair as soon as we're done. It sucks. I'm going to bounce back from it. And I'm going to go back to eventually making the higher quality content that I really, really want to make for you guys. But this is where I need your guys' help, because there might be some fill-in times where I need either Phil to make a video or Nick to make a video. And I need to feel like, you guys are in it for the team and not just me. And I think that makes sense. And I understand that there's going to be folks that are just like, no, if it ain't Jay, I'm not watching. And although that's flattering, we are a team here. And what you guys see in our videos is a collective effort, and I think they deserve some of that support as well. Anyway, I hope you guys understand. Me, in my head, as I'm explaining this, it feels like excuses. It feels like I'm just damage controlling for low effort, but all these things are probably true. I really don't know. This is all new to me. I've never experienced any sort of. I've always been really, really healthy. Even when I was like 500 pounds, my doctors were like, "You're surprisingly healthy." I didn't have high cholesterol. I had hypertension for someone that big. That makes sense, but I didn't have like I didn't have diabetes. I didn't have bad A1C. I didn't have any long-term health effects from that. But now I'm dealing with the fact that like even my bones themselves are in constant pain. I'm hurting myself in ways that I never thought possible by doing nothing. So it literally just feels like a deterioration. I think it makes perfect sense to those that can understand why self-preservation at this point is important. So I just wanted to put this out there. I felt like transparency is important when I feel like I'm going through something that is affecting the content that you guys are consuming. I want you to be aware, and I want to be fully transparent with you guys on what has been happening and what is potentially coming up. So again, we don't know. Like I said, we're preparing for the worst, but hoping for the best. And until the colonoscopy and stuff comes back, either good or bad, it is what it is. So that's it. I just wanted to put that message out there and let you guys know I care a lot about you guys as viewers. I want to give you the best content I possibly can, while also not literally working myself into a grave at the age of 42. Appreciate you guys, all of you. Hope you guys have had a great New Year's, and I hope you continue to have a great New Year and years to come. So with that said, guys, thanks for watching. See you in the next one.
Researchers just reconstructed a Pink Floyd song using the brain activity of people listening to it. That is basically mind reading. Here's what happened. Neuroscientists at UC Berkeley played 29 patients Pink Floyd's Another Brick in the Wall Part 1 while they underwent brain surgery, and they recorded their brain activity with implanted electrodes. Then they used a regression-based model to decode the brain signals and reconstruct the song. It's clearly not perfect, but you can hear the resemblance. Some people are talking about using these findings to compose music directly from brainwaves. But the goal of these scientists is to make current neural prosthetics that right now sound like this. Hello, how are you? Sound more natural, allowing people who might have lost the ability to speak to do so more easily. It really does feel like we're starting to read minds. If you like optimistic science and tech stories, follow for more.